7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We broadcast from the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers, loved that Rascal Puff, is on the ones and twos. Come on in. The water is warm. Watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Form Energy YouTube chat. That's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you can join in with 7,060 friends who have done so. We are on it every morning from 7 a.m. until noon with TMA, and then after the morning after from 11 to 12. Doug, you have been charged with giving us the lead story by Lifetime Roofing. That's Dustin McClendon. He's online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. When people need a new roof, go to Lifetime Roofing. And ask Dustin and his team there. It's locally owned. It's veteran-owned. They're only located in St. Louis about their literal lifetime roofing warranty. It is a lifetime warranty at lifetimeroofingstl.com. And Dustin said, "Tim, you're a clown, and we don't trust you. We trust Doug Vaughn. He'll give us the lifetime roofing lead. You're not allowed to, as a matter of fact. If you look at the contract, it says I'm not allowed to give the lifetime roofing lead. I guess we're just going to go with LeBron is not going to be rushed into this.
I wouldn't think so. This
decision, as Rich Paul has said, and now you just got to kind of narrow it down to what teams he's gonna look at.
No, didn't Bryce Harper break it at the All-Star game? There was like audio of him saying he's going to Cleveland. Write it down, Doug. Bryce Harper.
Well, they had the same agent or something?
I have no idea. But there's audio of Bryce Harper saying that.
All right.
Cap tip.
Well, I wish I could be much good to you today. I just can't see that it's going to happen. I stayed up to watch that Cardinal game.
Did you really?
Yes, I was brokenhearted. Thought, hey, a nice little bounce-back W for our club. No, it wasn't happening. Riley O'Brien just had nothing, had no idea where the ball was going.
Why do you say that?
Because he hit two hitters, hit two batters. He came within an inch of giving up a 3-run homer. He hit the guy he faced in the All-Star game. He's just lost his command completely. And, boy, what another just heartbreaking loss. That's 2 in a row that really sting.
Why do you say that?
Because you had them both won, and you gave them up.
Okay, you're starting to make sense.
And yet they're still right there in wild card
Absolutely.
position. Still right there.
And if you are granted a license to have a franchise, you are automatically still in the wild card race unless you're one of 6 teams at this point in Major League Baseball. So that is what I consider to be the light hand play of professional sports. The Cardinals losing last night, I would imagine few had the persistence of Doug Vaughn to stay up and watch this affair. But they were leading 2-1 going into the bottom of the 9th. Riley O'Brien hadn't blown a save since May 19th, so he had been pitching well. But this one got away from him, and control was certainly the main reason for it. Papers, do we have some of the festivities going down in the 9th inning?
I do not, but I can pull it up.
Fair enough, no problem. Don't need it. So they get the first out, no problem. Looks like, okay, 1, 2, 3. How do you do? Bounce back.
Trout
hey,
struck out.
Look at this club.
Yeah, Mike Trout of all people.
Yeah, well, yeah. And then, would you call it was it a shot through the right side of the infield, or would you call it a nubber?
Well, it was pretty well hit. Pretty well hit.
But just because you like to say nubber?
I don't usually say nubber.
I've got my 4-year-old saying a little nubber when he doesn't hit it well, and I'm really delighted by that. I don't know if anybody else is entertained by it. It doesn't matter. I'm entertained by it.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
And then we ran into some control issues. Then you had the ball kind of reminiscent of Nelson Cruz in
that's
right
what I
field.
thought. I mean,
Did you think that?
It was the same play.
Yeah.
Same
Jordan
play.
Walker, Nelson Cruz. I don't know if this one is as important. Your thoughts are welcome, though, at 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt will field the Collier and Thompson phone lines. So I thought the game would be over on that.
I did too. I thought both runs would score on that.
But instead, no.
I thought it was going to be caught, I guess.
Walk the bases loaded, and kind of a great back and forth at bat with the bases loaded.
No, he threw, I think, 3 straight balls, and then he hit Joe Adell to force in the game-winning run.
When it's 2nd and 3rd, you have to load the base. I understand that. But as soon as they intentionally walk the batter to load him up, I said, I don't think you can trust him right now to throw strikes.
Yeah.
I understand you have to do it. I'm not blaming Ollie or any of that. But I knew, I'm just telling you, Doug, I wish I would have called you. If I knew you were up, I would have called you and said, I would have.
Martin, were you up?
I was up. I would have called
you. You guys are champions.
I would have called you, Doug, and said, he's going to walk this guy.
Yeah.
Now, he ended up hitting him, but if he hadn't hit him, he was going to walk him.
I had
it didn't
the same
matter.
thought. Yeah.
He just didn't have good
You felt
control.
5-star lock walk?
Yes, 100%. And I know you have to load the bases to try and get the double play, but I said with his control, it's going to end that way. Yeah. And then the only thing on Walker is I wanted to see like an ISO cam of his path. I never quite saw like how far he was from the ball, kind of awkwardly got near it and jumped. I'm not blaming him at all. I wanted to just see how far away was he. I wanted to see a little more there, Doug.
Right. It was an opposite field hit. Vaughn Grissom hit it, right? Right-hand hitter hit it a long way to right, and I guess Walker thought, well, he didn't get all that. I don't need to race back to the wall.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he did. All I saw was the leap. I would like to have seen how far he was. No, it doesn't matter.
No.
You score 7 and you lose. Then Kyle Leahy pitches great.
Yeah.
Gives you 6 innings, and you lose that one as well.
I mean, if you would have ranked the Cardinal pitchers going into the season, and I'm talking about the starters, that is, because the bullpen is a much different conversation. I think, I'll speak for myself. I would have put Liberatore and May 1-2. And don't get me wrong, when at their absolute best, I think we would also concede that May has the highest ceiling. But he also has a really dangerous floor, which then can compound in the next day's games because he has to get yanked early, and then the bullpen, which is already thin as it is, gets drained. But the guys who have been most reliable, and this is now a decent sample size, are the guys I would have ranked 3, 4, and 5. McGreevy, the blue chip, and Leahy, rock solid. Palante was outstanding through 5 in Phoenix on Sunday, and those guys are turning out some damn good starts for him. But in last night's case, it was there, but they couldn't close it out with O'Brien. And I realize O'Brien and the way that went down is incredibly frustrating, but he has been good, and last night was an implosion.
I can't help but wonder if the pitchers, even when they're going well, are only throwing 5 or 6 innings, if the bullpen isn't just kind of frazzled at this point. Some of these guys, every time they're ahead, they pitch. And I just wonder if in the middle of the summer when it's hot, they're pitching every other night or something, if they're just not kind of tired.
But you got through a Stanek experience. Didn't cost you the game.
Yeah.
You got Soriano. O'Brien hadn't pitched since Friday. There are times, and he, as Tim pointed out, he hasn't blown a save since May, but he can be a little wobbly out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he was so good in the first, month and a half. He was just dynamite.
Just Don't Press Push decided to turn his attention to you, Martin. Today seems like a big Martin not blaming anyone day. What does that mean? What is a Martin not blaming anyone day?
Let me look at the dossier, not blaming anyone.
I don't see it in the Polos Plus dossier, but maybe it's a stealth topic. Martin.
Well, when I said they intentionally walked the hitter to load the bases, that's what you do in that situation. So I don't blame them for doing that, yet my gut told me that's going to backfire because he's going to have problems. He's not going to be able to get the next guy out. And I'm not blaming Walker until I see a better ISO cam. I want to see his path there. But feel free. What is it? Just
Don't Press Push.
Okay. You let me know who to blame, and I'm actually going to send some letters today.
Nice, letters.
I'm going to send a letter to Walker about his path and Ollie about loading the bases. Okay.
Fun fact for no one tell, Doug, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim broke their streak of not coming back down in the 9th inning. It was the longest in the game, and it ends at 106 consecutive losses in games where they were trailing heading into the 9th inning.
Well, at least we could do that for them. That was nice.
Cardinals now at 51-48. In the real race, they are 11 and a half games out of first place. in the watered-down Major League Baseball postseason format to keep people's attention. Even though teams don't belong, they are tied with the Marlins and Pirates for the final wild card spot. A half game ahead of the Diamondbacks, a game ahead of the Nationals, and 2.5 game of the Padres, who sit 2 games below 500.
Here we go. Still in the wild card spot. Daddy likey. Is
Reds are only 6 out at 9 games under 500.
as crazy and as unfair as the system is, under the current economics of baseball, it might be the only shot a team like the Cardinals and the Marlins and the Pirates ever have of winning a championship. Because they're sure not going to be able to spin and keep up with the big boys.
Yeah, I think it might be one of the reasons why they did it.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
You know how teams will college football teams will turn down a bowl game, or a college basketball team will turn down an NIT offer or bid. Wouldn't it be interesting if a team just turned down the wild card and said, we're just not ready. We're going to go ahead and let the Pirates have it this year. We're going to skip the Liberty Bowl.
The Marlins have lost 7 in a row. And
Yeah,
they're still right there.
Yep.
They're hanging in there, Doug. That's what they're doing.
You see, the Red Sox have won 14 in a row.
Beware the Red Stockings.
And here's something else that bothers me. You know how so many of the Cardinal young players that have been traded have gone on to have big years? You see what Sonny Gray and now Contreras are doing for Boston? Contreras is having a Jordan Walker year in Boston. He's got 22 homers, 66 RBIs, hitting about the same as Walker. Gray is 12-1 with a 2.48 ERA. Good Lord.
And about a month ago, they were shopping, and they weren't shopping, but the pundits were shopping, where will Sonny Gray land?
Yeah.
And I think it was Bob Nightingale said, maybe St. Louis.
No, I think he'll stay right where
Yeah, that was Bob Nightingale. The Red Sox have the exact same record of the Cardinals after winning 14 in a row. That's how bad they were. And they were Banty Roosters in Boston. So they are sitting at 51-48 and literally tied for the wild card, the third wild card in American League. Hey, guys, the White Sox won yesterday. That's from Doug's Ding Dong. Is that something that you wanted to cover?
I suppose we probably should. I didn't see that they won, but I'll look at it now because I don't follow White Sox baseball
leading the division,
probably
Doug.
as much as I should.
The American
The real
League Central?
question was, if you were to take a gentleman... How was that?
Now, what's going on there?
Wrong drop.
Okay.
Sounds like you were talking about taking a gentleman out.
I guess that was me.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
There we go.
that?
Now we're back on track.
Melissa, I won't be able to make the family reunion this year. All my love to you and Bill. That's from old people's Facebook statuses. If we had a better manager and coaches, the Cardinals would be running away with the wild card. That's from Evil Calvin.
I don't know. What do you want Marmol to do last night? What do you want him to do? Who did you want him to bring in to close it out?
Sharon and Clayton says it's Mo's fault. Glad we can bring that back. How about
was
that
there.
whole? How about that whole deal? It's
In the
Mo's fault.
booth.
And he
As
used the
soon as-
term low-hanging fruit. Did you hear that?
As soon as ESPN trolled St. Louis by putting him in the booth, we should have seen it coming. Angels' first win when trailing going into the ninth. What a joke, Doug. That's Sharon and Clayton in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Yeah. Mo seemed very happy up there.
He did say on the broadcast, ESPN, well, this is a really nice place to live. sounds like he might be getting a little comfortable out there. Okay, John, you've been here 4 months, and you've had a chance to really study the organization and look around the league. Who would you recommend be the general manager moving forward? Well, I wouldn't mind doing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule that out.
Boy, if he could have gone just about anywhere into a perfect situation where it wasn't high pressure to win right now,
Oh, yeah.
or you're out.
Live in Southern
Great place to
California,
live. Plenty
sit
of
on
money to
millions of
spend.
dollars.
Yeah.
God
Yeah.
bless him.
Yeah.
He figured it out.
He sure did. He sure did.
Jeremy Hodge is in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and he says this rebuild is a joke.
Well, we weren't saying that when they were playing well, and things can turn around. It's been a rough couple days, that's for sure, but to say it's a joke, I don't know.
Big time sports talk.
A little
How about
harsh.
that? What about that?
A little harsh. It felt like they had to do it. They did it. We didn't think it was going to go right the first year, and it's gone probably better than anyone thought it would.
Martin, one of the things that you and I think this is our passion project, I could be off on this, is the fact that you have a loss like that yesterday, and there's no access to any post-game sound. At least we believe that. Now, if somebody, and this might be somebody who would be in the media, you can text Martin or myself directly if you want and just say, hey, this isn't for air, but it is available here. But, I mean, I really want to hear. Riley O'Brien did talk. It's not like he went into hiding. It's just in 2026, when, if anything, there is a saturation of people, I guess, credentialed, for lack of a better term, to go to games and cover them. See the SEC Media Days as another example of being credentialed to go to events. You have one of the 30 Major League Baseball teams in the country, and you just don't have access to post-game sound, which is surprising because a few years ago it was available. So that is why that stands out. Because I would love to hear what Ali Marmol had to say about it. I'd love to hear what Riley O'Brien had to say about it. Leahy spoke as well. I know in the whole scheme of things, probably for most of you in the audience, maybe some of you care, but I would imagine most of you don't. But I would love to hear, because you lose two games like this, where they really were, if you're talking about win probability, Sunday had to be at one point in the high 90s when they got up 7-0. And last night was probably in the 90s. Maybe some of you degenerates who were up and live betting it saw the Angels. I would guess they probably would have been plus 500, plus 600 going into the bottom of the ninth to win that game. And you lose both those games, and you are a super young team as you hover around the trade deadline. This is a first for most of these guys. And so I'd be curious what the mindset is, and really it would be more about body language, because nobody's going to say, yeah, we're done. The other element, riding parallel to that conversation, is that the guys who you would consider to be the Cardinal assets for the purpose of trading have all experienced a material downturn in their value since the All-Star break. And I'm talking about another rough Dustin May outing, which goes along with a difficult game log since his complete game shutout. You're talking about JoJo Romero going on the IL, and then Riley O'Brien with a dumpster fire of an outing last night. So the problem is, for those who are with me in the camp of you sell and you continue to build, as frustrating as that might be, we're focused on the long term, in this camp anyway, that now who would really command value in return, because their stocks are declining. So not only are you losing games, but now you're having some of the key guys who would be valuable at the trade deadline play roles in the loss of those games.
I think another guy who might possibly be trade bait is Herrera.
I wonder about that one, Doug. I do.
If your top prospect is a catcher, and Herrera is, not the greatest defensive catcher in the world, and I'm not sure he hits well enough to be a full-time DH. He had a golden sombrero last night, struck out 4 times. Even he's kind of fallen off. He's fallen off drastically here in the last couple of weeks. Might be a guy that you could trade. Not sure they will, of course, but I think that has to be out there. It's an option.
So I was wondering that. I was texting with somebody this morning about the deadline, and certainly, of course, Romero, May, O'Brien, those ones fall into the category of being obvious, but I wondered about Herrera as well. Herrera's future with the Cardinals, if it's going to be here, would be more in the realm of a DH. It already is as it is, much less with the Cardinals with the number of prospects they have at catcher. So then I wonder, okay, if they do trade him, then who slides into the designated hitter role? Because you do have a guy that you like at DH who also can spell whoever it would be that winds up being the long-term catcher. So I don't know. I wonder about the Herrera question, but I agree with you. That's the other one outside of the obvious.
I guess those things you point out is the reason why he would have some value on the trade market. And he's 26 now, so what you see is probably what you're going to get. He should be right in his prime right now, 26, 27, 28, those years. So, it's not like he's one of the guys who's 22 or 23 and you can expect a lot of improvement here in the next few years. This is probably who he is. And you just have to decide whether he's going to be mostly your catcher or if Bernal's going to come up and be the guy here in another year. I'm just not sure that Herrera's going to hit enough to be a full-time DH.
I think what's discouraging about any of the potential trade moves is what's the return? What's the market right now for Dustin May? It's not that exciting. What's the market for, honestly, even a Riley O'Brien? You might get one team that's desperate for some relief, that's in the mix to maybe win a World Series, and they look at his season. That's the one that's interesting to me. You'd still have to get through the rest of the year. You would still have a clubhouse that would be discouraged, but at this point, clearly everything's on the table. As far as the postgame, what I would say to the Cardinals, and we can talk to Anook and others about it, if it's the host network like Fox Midwest for years, that's who always provided it. That last night's game was on ESPN, but even when they do the games on Cardinals TV, they basically just do the manager, maybe a player on the field. So that game last night was a gut-wrenching loss. You would like to hear from some of the key players in that game. But had they won it in dramatic fashion, what if Walker hit 3 homers last night? Mm-hmm. You'd have no outlet for postgame.
Yeah.
What if Leahy threw a no-hitter? The setup is you'd have no postgame. Now, to the credit to the STL today, Daniel Guerrero is there, right, Tim? He's on
That's
site.
right. And that's the column in the Post-Dispatch this morning. I read.
So he's there on site. That's where the quotes are from. So the players are talking in some format. But I think as a team, I would just have it established that whether it's the manager sitting in front of the Dunkin' Donuts sign, which probably every Red Sox game you hear from the manager, it's probably posted everywhere. I think you need a better outlet for your postgame. Again, if you have an exciting win, you'd want that out there. If you have a tough loss, you want people to hear from your players.
Maybe we need the cat in there digging.
Yeah,
We need him in
get the
there.
cat back on
Yeah,
the
it
road.
used to be
Free
on
the
road,
cat,
right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
He did for years. Yeah. Technology gets better and better.
All right.
And the product just gets worse and worse.
You're welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. That's how you can text it. Call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And open up your YouTube app. That's where you can watch the program and talk it over if you would like with other TMA listeners. You don't have to, but 190 are in there right now and talking it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel studios here and welcome you to participate by emailing in as well for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, is this Canadian wildfire haze or are these real clouds? I don't know anymore.
I think they're just real clouds at this point.
Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It is 80 degrees right now in St. Louis. We're going to get up to 91, but then it's going to start to cool down, and we only have highs 82 on Wednesday, 79 on Thursday, and 75 on Friday, 83 on Saturday. How do you do? Design Air Heating and Cooling, when you run into any air conditioning problem, go to designairservice.com. It's the longest-running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client. I'm working with Design Air just this month and recommend them wholeheartedly. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email of the day coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, Papers is feeling it. UAPB finds themselves at Faroe Field with a brand new North End challenge.
Is it done now? I
Yep.
saw some pictures that looked like it was.
What do you think about that? Looks like a pony,
it looked
Pony.
great.
You ain't got no alibi.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
And that's good for, what, 2 wins?
I think you had 2 wins.
It just it enclosed the whole thing now. It just really feels completely different than it did when it felt. For years, it felt like a huge high school stadium that you see in Texas. Lots of bleachers on one side, lots of bleachers on the other, and that's it. Now it looks like a really professional stadium.
Nice. You're fired up.
Yeah, I am. I'm kind of a stadium guy.
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, and from what I've seen, it just looked great. I'm
But if they
excited
come
to
out
see
with
it.
gold pants and a block M, you would know what you would know.
Yeah, that might be too much to ask.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
Hockey! Hockey! Got my new flag up yesterday in the middle of summer so people in the neighborhood know I'm serious. That's from the 636.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, Martin, but you can confirm it is at the top of the air comfort service.
People know I'm serious.
What difference does it make if he's serious? That's going to affect anything?
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
You can text in to show us your Blues flag and let people know you're serious at 314-399-9646. Hoof-hearted is mad, Martin. All the credentialed media personalities on this show, and we can't get an on-air interview or at least a soundbite from Ollie. Come on! Doug, that's from Hoof-hearted.
Jesus.
5:30 in the morning out there right now.
Why aren't
He's
you
up
there,
late.
Doug?
I don't know. Maybe there could be an intern in every
I
in
think
every
the
city.
team, this is my honest answer. I wish that the broadcast provider, in this case Cardinals.TV, I wish they did more extensive postgame. We've talked about that.
The Blues do a wonderful job with it.
By the comp, yes, the comp is in town, the hockey team on the road, at home. Every game puts postgame online, makes it available to all the media outlets, and I would think the Cardinals should want that. Like I said, if Walker had hit 2 homers last night, you wouldn't have any interviews of him anywhere.
Right.
For, around Missouri, around the country. If somebody in Oklahoma says, hey, did you see that Walker guy had 2 more? Here's some postgame. Make it accessible. That's something that they could do. The Blues do it on a regular basis. So there's your direct comp.
This is Martin and I. This is our passion project. This is our Medellin. Is that right?
I don't know if Medellin
Is that right,
is-
Jackson? Medellin. This is our Medellin.
That's right. One for them, one for us.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
Aquaman.
And what if it's something really historic? What if somebody throws a no-hitter or a
Well, that's
perfect
what I'm
game or
saying.
something? Is going to be anybody there?
Now, in that case last night, ESPN would have put the headset on him, but they're not in position, apparently, to provide that, whether the news is good or bad.
We should probably take this show on the road with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
wherever
I
they-
guess so.
Especially when they go to Southern California.
Right. Maybe pass on the NL Central cities
Yeah.
minus Chicago.
Yeah, we could.
And I get it. In the media world, there have been major cutbacks, and it's just not, the revenue isn't there to justify. Although if the Post-Dispatch were asking, I would say you're there and you have a paid subscription for STL Today. I would put that post game on your phone, whatever form you want to use, whether it's Derek or Dan Guerrero, whoever's on the road. Make that part of STL Today.
Yeah.
You're all the way there. You could put the video online. But mostly what I'm saying is the teams should want to provide that.
Yeah.
And again, the reason why I'm talking about it, Martin's talking about it, is because after a loss like that, and you compound the problems after, a really bad one on Sunday, because I don't think we're looking at it through that lens if they close out the game on Sunday. It's a disappointing loss, no question, but those are going to happen. I'm talking about the one last night. Sunday is a mathematical outlier. They hadn't had anything like that since 2010. But you have those losses back-to-back. You're a couple of weeks away from the trade deadline, and you're hovering around a playoff spot. The National League Central, barring a historic run, is gone. This is a significant moment in the season. It's also the first time for a number of these guys, at least when they are regularly playing, regularly pitching, and have key roles, that they are facing this adversity. Because when it gets down to it, understandably, that's what way more people listening to this show care about, and I understand that. But we would love to be able to provide that with you. For the record, the Post-Dispatch is there. And Daniel Guerrero of the Post-Dispatch caught up with a variety of people. Riley O'Brien, certainly the one most responsible for last night, said, I'm going to have to be able to flush it and move on. But I would still say this hurts just as much as if it was at any point in the year. Yeah, it was a tough one. I know we needed to win today. And by that, he's talking about coming off of what took place on Sunday in Phoenix. Ali Marmol says you're mentally tough and you just move on. And then they talk with Nathan Church, who is a Southern California native and had a bunch of friends there, and he was responsible for one of those first runs. And then they talk with O'Brien and his outing, or excuse me, Leahy, said, as young as our team is, I think we bounced back pretty well. I don't think anybody came into the clubhouse today bringing anything from yesterday with them, and I expect the same going into tomorrow. It sucks, but I'm not too concerned about everybody bringing baggage from today to tomorrow. You can be mad for 10 minutes here, but it's good to go home, come back, and we got another game to play. That is from Kyle Leahy, who pitched quite well last night.
Yeah, I think you have to say that he's one of the real bright spots of the year, that it appears that they have found a good, solid starter in Leahy. He had been used, I think, exclusively as a bullpen guy the last couple of years. But for him to come out and really establish himself as a solid starter has really been a big lift.
His last 5 starts, 2 earned runs.
Martin, Iggy has the solution. He is in the Form Energy YouTube chat.
That's what I love about Ken, is he's always got a solution.
Mm-hmm. He says you reach out to the Angels flagship station and ask them to send you sound. It's simple.
No.
Wow.
Well, they probably didn't go into the Cardinal locker room.
Hey, St. Louis, good morning. We've got Joe Adele coming up. We will get to that. How would you like a few clips of John Mozeliak as well? I'm an expert, you bitch. Don't remember the context on that. By the way, Papers, I think your hair looks fine. You were concerned.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle is all over it.
He doesn't like it?
He is vacationing with the Crestwood Coyote and Turks and Caicos and watching your hair.
And he's upset about it?
He does not like it.
Damn it. This is the haircut you weren't wild about?
Yeah.
It looks fine.
It's fine.
No, what's your issue with it?
Too short on the top. But it'll be all right.
You like that pompadour.
A little bit, but that's the hair grows, so it'll be all right. Like
Not
I said,
necessarily. Not necessarily.
It needs just like 10 days. It needs like 10 more days. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, literally do anything else with your day. Worrying about my damn hair.
Well, it looks fine.
Thank you, Doug.
That's what I was thinking.
Liquor in the front, poker in the rear, agrees with Iggy. That's actually pretty smart, Iggy. Simple answer is the best answer. That's from liquor in the front, poker in the rear.
And the Angels flagship station is going to provide us with Cardinals audio.
You think the KMOX guys are eager to go into the locker room of the visiting teams when they're in St. Louis?
Doug, it's
Just to provide sound for radio stations?
I'm going to tell you that
Nope.
doesn't really happen.
No.
That's what I'm going to tell you.
No.
Now, there used to be a lot of stringers that would get audio, and there'd be things like
Calvin.
the Calvin Mays.
Cal May, best in the business.
He needs to travel with the Cardinals and get that sound. How great would that be? He could have asked O'Brien what his grandma thought.
This is Ollie's patented second-half collapse. Diamondbacks were 1 in 400 in their franchise's history when trailing by 7 runs. The Angels were 0 in 48 this season when trailing after the 8th inning, and the Cardinals blew both. And Jackson, stop going to great clips, be a man, and find a barber. That's from C. Murder from Imperial, and nobody was safe in that text.
Coach, how cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Yeah.
That's the kind of postgame we need. What was Ollie supposed to do differently last night? He brought in 2 relievers in Stanek and Soriano who had 1 inning apiece, no runs scored, did their job. Then he brings in an all-star reliever who gets lit up. What would you have done differently?
Is this the July goodbye, Doug?
It kind of feels like it's starting to unravel.
8-16 last year. Right now, what are we? 7-10 currently in the month of July. But you got Libby tonight, Doug.
Yeah,
Bounce
maybe.
back. He'll probably throw 3 no-hit innings.
I would imagine.
Stop reading texts from Jefferson County. That's from Jugs. He's in D.C., Doug.
They do have internet down there. I assume they have it.
Martin, now you've got a station specifically to call for the sound. The Angels own and operate an AM radio station in Los Angeles. Just another great acquisition by Artie Moreno.
He overpaid.
Probably doesn't have a sales staff.
I got to say, for Monday night, the Angels are the worst team record-wise in baseball. Pretty good crowd last night. And they had a huge tarps off section.
29,794.
And it was pretty rowdy, though,
Yeah.
especially there in the ninth inning. I would not have suspected that for that franchise, although that's a huge area.
Yeah, gorgeous area, too.
Guys, do you think Iggy, who is telling you how to get sound, has breakfast across a two-person table from an inflatable doll he calls Babe as he puts a little cigarette in the mouth? That's from Arbor Day.
That's certainly on the table.
Hey, when you're reaching out to the Angels TV people about going out of their way to get Cardinal postgame sound, maybe while they're out there, if they could get me a Mike Trout autographed bat, I'd appreciate it. It's for charity. That's from Brian Henshin, husband of Jackson, and covers the Colts.
That would be a nice gesture. I think the answer lies within the Cardinal organization, probably. One of their PR people. I don't know that they see that as their job, of course. They don't. But if they want that sound to be played, if they want people to stay interested, it might be the way to go.
John Rice, who in the Air Comfort Service text inbox also has next to his name in parentheses, troublemaker, says, my question is for Doug and Martin. I'll be at the game Friday night. Let's hook up and grab some turkey burgers. I like them too, Doug. That's from John Rice, troublemaker.
I love turkey burgers.
Do they serve them at the ball game?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
No.
I doubt they serve them at the games. But I would love a turkey burger.
This team just isn't very good. They are very average. They were never going to the playoffs. We are goldfish swimming in a fishbowl. Jackson has emo hair now. Just paint them nails, boy. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time.
Yeah.
Strong call.
Paint them nails, boy.
Emo hair.
I don't see it.
It's tough to have like pretty bleach blonde hair and be considered emo.
That's what I was thinking. It wasn't emo like we were
Dark in the hair.
Maybe you need a cattle hook in your nose.
A cattle hook?
Yeah. You know how they put that cattle ring in their nose?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, Gabby Carter had
Yeah.
that.
no piercings for me.
Is that right?
No.
Okay. It would help the emo.
No piercings, no tattoos. You know, meat and potatoes guy.
Yeah. Well, nobody ever said this team was going to be great this year. I thought they'd be horrendous. They played far better than most people predicted them to.
Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
That's just good journalism. That's all that is. It's rock solid journalism.
But I think if this year is about analyzing what you have, right? So moving forward, forget the fact that there's going to be a lockout. Okay, Weather holds your second baseman, wins your shortstop, that you're up the middle, Doug. Are you good with that?
Yes.
Walker's in right. Okay, you feel a lot better about him. Burleson is rock solid at first. I think the Herrera question is definitely in play.
You do think that's in play?
Because you have it's not just Rodriguez, Bernal as well. Still got Crooks here. You're getting really crowded at the catcher position. If Herrera's just a DH, is he going to give you 25, 30 homers a year? I don't know. I think you're starting to, this is what should be happening right now, going around the diamond. Do you have a third baseman? Not really. This plays Jordan. He's done some good things, but is he your everyday third baseman? Probably not. And
he should probably play about every day the rest of the
Well, I agree with that.
Yeah, I share that opinion.
He made a terrific play that didn't count.
The foul ball, I saw that.
He looked like Brooks Robinson in the World Series, diving in foul territory and getting up and throwing. Turned out it was called a foul ball, but he would have made that play.
For a guy who was a first baseman much of his time in Memphis.
And it seemed the buzz before he got called up was, it's too strong a word, but almost like he was inept at third. It was kind of the buzz going around. Well, we can't bring him up. He can't play third. Having heard that and now watching him, I'm like, he's not that bad. Not a butcher over there.
No.
And then Crooks, who probably 3-4 months ago, you said, okay, that's our catcher of the future for now. He really doesn't hit much. But you keep playing him, keep playing Jordan, and find out more. The point is there's still a lot of holes in the roster. And it is frustrating to see what Contreras is doing, what Sonny Gray is doing, and what you got back is just a lot of pitchers. That's why you're hoping.
Yeah. There might be more holes in the pitching staff than in the starting 8.
And I think that's what they analyzed going into this year, and that's why when you trade Sonny Gray, you get 2 pitchers in return. You got Fitz and Clark. When you trade Contreras, you got Dobbins and Fajardo. And the hope is that some of those young arms are going to end up paying off. And the early returns on this Brandon Clark is that he might be really good.
Yeah,
I think that's
103 miles
why
an hour on Saturday. I also think when we're talking about the trades, it's important to add the context to what was going on. The guy who got his 2,000th career hit last night wanted out 2 years ago, and they had to carry him because nobody else wanted him last year. And then they were also in the same position with Contreras and Gray, which then puts you in a position of having no leverage, and you're then paying their salaries. So when you're doing that, you're not trading from the mindset of let's bring in superstars in the minor leagues. You're trying to offload payroll, and that's a lot different than if you were, say, the Detroit Tigers and trading Tarek Skubal. So that part of the conversation is important to make sure we include what was going on with those trades. That wasn't, we don't want to part with these guys, and these guys really want to be here, but you're offering us a package that we have to take because it's so lucrative. The organization was turning the page because with these guys here, they weren't close, and so they were offloading salary. Now, it's never going to be popular, especially in a market that really hadn't seen that happening, but those deals were not made for the purpose of, I think the prospects we're going to get are going to be better. They were financial decisions, and anytime a billionaire is making a financial decision, it doesn't play well with the fan base. So I'm not saying you should enjoy it. I'm just saying that is actually what wound up happening. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. You can talk it over in the Forum Energy YouTube chat, and you're also welcome to call in on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA. Polos Plus is the sponsor of our dossier, and on that dossier we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45. Polos Plus is online at polosplus.com. It's a local company, and they've been doing it in St. Louis for 3 decades. Corey Lawson and his marketing guy, Andrew Hubbard, they have created TMA merchandise on the TMA tab there. But if you have a team, if you have a business, if you have some event for your neighborhood, school, church, whatever the case might be, they partner with some of the biggest and best brands at polosplus.com, and you can get your logo on that and get that out to your people at polosplus.com. They are local. They are not about huge businesses. They're about the local small and medium-sized businesses and, of course, teams and organizations. It's polosplus.com, sponsor of the dossier. This is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
Boy, Cardinal fans kind of in the dumps today. Everybody, the city's a little down. They need to pick me up. Go to lunch at Village Bar. Guarantee you'll walk out of there feeling better. It's just a great spot for lunch, dinner, happy hour, hanging out with your friends. The cheeseburger is renowned. We've talked about it forever, really, in this town. Located there in De Pere on Manchester, famous spot. And over the last few years, they added 1879 Distilling. They make it right in back inside that cool barn that's in the parking lot, part of the old school vibe. That is Village Bar, but 1879 starting to win awards throughout the region for the spirits they're making. Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, the Dark Havana Rum. If you're going to a summer party this next couple of months or so, as summer winds down, grab a bottle of Red Barn Vodka. Do something a little different. When you show up at your friends, you can buy it right there at Village or ask for it around town. It's starting to pop up at grocery stores and restaurants, and they have the tasting room located at Village Bar. That's where you can buy some of the merchandise on top of it. So check them out online, 1879distilling.com, and that cool barn area also available for private events. Holds about 60, 70 people. Perfect spot for a little mini fundraiser or whatever you're putting together or a family get-together. You can do it at the barn at 1879distilling.com. Find out more information right there and stop by Village Bar to grab one of those world-famous cheeseburgers.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals lose last night to the Los Angeles Angels. Back in action tonight against the Angels, 8:38 p.m. First pitch, Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Matlock.
This is Andy Griffith's show.
But didn't Andy Griffith star in Matlock? It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Any particular reason for this?
Don Knott's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to Don Knotts.
Huh. Well, how old would he have been?
What are you trying to say?
Close to 100, probably.
Buddy.
I think Don Knotts was one of those guys who, he played the frail, nerdy, crazy guy in World War II. He was a total badass.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah.
Take your Don Knotts thoughts at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in anytime. You're welcome to call into the program. Chairman Kurt stands by at 314-974-0101. Collier & Thompson sponsors the phone lines. Forum Energy sponsors the TMA STL YouTube channel. 225 friends are in there, like Ari Gold's burner, TMA remote lamp, Jeremy Hodge, the never-ending wipe, and the Queen of Hearts custodian. They're all in there having a conversation with Iggy's prison window hand this morning. Jeremy Hodge, who said this rebuild, I think he said it was a joke. I see he says Walker's last home run was July 9th against the Brewers.
Yeah. He hit a few at the All-Star game, if that counts. Batting practice home runs. I don't think you can pin any of this on Jordan Walker. Without him, where would they be? And home runs, like everything else, they come and go. Most guys get hot and they hit a bunch of them and then they cool off a little bit.
Which hole is the most important to plug at this moment?
How about that? The world has existed for millions of years, and how lucky are we to be living during the 22 years of TMA's existence? That's from Stephen Time. Yeah, I wonder if more people are going to start asking that question.
Yeah. When they look back like 100 years from now, thinking, boy, I sure missed the good old days when TMA was on back in the...
Think about that, Doug.
Back in the...
Maybe the skeleton will still be playing. Sinbad lives on.
Ironhead texting in, swingers are welcome here. Come on down.
Well, we do welcome swingers.
We don't kink shame. And I think that's one of the things that's most important about the show.
I wouldn't kink shame that. I might kink shame a guy in a bear costume or something at a furry convention.
May I join you?
About that.
No, I wouldn't kink shame that.
Hey, Jeremy Hodge, thanks for that useless information. That's from the Closeted Beatnik. Can we please stop talking baseball? I'm becoming depressed. That's from Doug Glatt, and it is 7:53 in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, and 53 minutes have been dedicated to the Cardinals blowing the lead last night, back-to-back games. I would imagine this was the 48 hours of most disappointment in the 2026 season. I don't recall anything else comparable. I mean, once you have what happened Sunday, it's going to be difficult to beat that. Then you pile that on a ninth-inning lead that goes up against a team that hadn't won one all season long. So you have that. Doug, can I lift your spirits with some Eli Drinkwitz's SEC Media Days?
There we go.
Sure, let's do that.
All right, Papers, what do we have?
What do you want for? You want the update on the Ahmad Hardy?
Doug?
Let's start with that, sure.
Okay.
Ahmad has been medically cleared from the bullet that struck him, and he is on the road to recovery. He did have the bullet did strike a bone in his body, and that has been fully healed and cleared. And today was his first day back towards a full recovery. We anticipate that he will make a recovery. What that recovery will look like after having a bullet, strike you is still to be determined. We do not know exactly what the return to play progression is because there's not a lot of literature and data on this, but we are utilizing our medical team along with our athletic performance team and nutrition to approach this at a very good pace. We do anticipate that this return to play protocol could take anywhere between 5 to 8 weeks. And at the end of the 8 weeks, we still don't know what his recovery will be from is he the same Ahmad Hardy that was last year? My anticipation and what I've seen, the way he's attacked his rehab, he's going to be a better Ahmad Hardy than when he was before. And I'm very proud of the way that he's approached his recovery.
It sure sounds like he's going to play.
Yeah.
At some point, and based the way he is presenting that, he didn't hedge at all other than the timetable. But everything he said sounded like this guy's going to play for Mizzou in 2026.
I would like to know now, is he walking okay? Is he running? Is he jogging? What can he do now? Is he still in physical therapy or what? They've never really said that, have they?
Well, he said something about him riding a horse.
Yeah, but that's kind of sitting there.
Well, I would still think it's a little rigorous for a guy shot in the leg.
I would too, but it's still a long way from running.
And I heard Jamal Roberts say that they've been training together, working together. So I think he's doing a fair amount of physical activity. But and if you do that 5 to 8 week window, return to play, the opening game is still about 6-ish weeks away. So even if you go 8 weeks, you could be 2 to 3 games into the season. I think that's way more optimistic than you were thinking back in May.
Yeah, oh yeah. And I would think a guy that age with that kind of body physical capabilities, I would think he could improve a lot in 6 to 8 weeks. A whole lot. So maybe he'll be there.
And I would say that's the headline, is just the Ahmad Hardy update, the fact that they're pretty optimistic he's going to play. He did have a little joke about John Wayne and riding horses and getting shot at was just fine for John Wayne, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Saved his best material, though. That was it SEC radio papers? Is it Tim, Coach Drink did have jokes?
Yep.
This is about playing Kansas?
It's on college sports on Sirius XM.
It's very important. It's very important for the region. It's very important for us to continue to make investments in the sport. I think anytime you're continually asking fans to donate, you better have something that causes them to invoke that emotion. And when you talk about the University of Kansas, you know, what's the best thing that comes out of the state of Kansas? I-70, okay? All right? And what do you call a good-looking girl in Kansas? A tourist, okay? So just so we're on the same page, you know, it's important that you have rivalries, and it's important that you play those. And our guys understand that's a big-time game for us, and it's a big-time game. I mean, this thing goes all the way back to the 1800s, and people lost their lives in the burning of Kansas. They lost their lives in some of these things. So it's important how this thing turns out.
Well, he's trying to drum up that rivalry, isn't he? I don't know how many people are still upset about what happened in the 1860s, but maybe there are some.
Okay. All right.
Nice media chuckle. I appreciate the jokes. I like them. I wonder what they think about it in Kansas. If that really makes them mad or if they just go, oh, good Lord, that's sick.
But the question going into media days was, would Coach have a few jokes ready in his holster?
Yeah.
Now, Brett McMurphy, who I gather has been a burr in the saddle of Eli Drinkwitz, he was the one, I think it was the 2022 season, reporting that one of the bowls, I think it might have been the Music City Bowl, was going to pair Missouri and Kansas, and Eli Drinkwitz didn't want to play the game, and then that led to Drinkwitz saying, we want to be home for Christmas, and so we don't want to play, and he denied the report. Brett McMurphy yesterday with a tweet from Drinkwitz that from his press conference got Drinkwitz catching all kinds of hell when he said that the Big Ten is winning championships because they are not having to play any, Doug, did we decide what it's called now? Authoritarian four? Is that what it is?
I don't like that at all.
And Drinkwitz then was taking hell from, in their non-conference, Drinkwitz was then taking hell from Big Ten fans on the Twitter tweets. So Mark Land, who is a Hoosier-born communications pro, relishing life in the great upstate region of New York, opinions and mistakes, mine alone.
Jesus.
sent a tweet to Eli Drinkwitz 10 hours ago and said, Coach Drinkwitz, help me out here. Indiana football went 16-0, 13 wins coming against P4 teams, including Ohio State, Oregon twice, Alabama, and Miami. Also won at Iowa and Penn State and beat Illinois by 53. Exactly how does a soft non-con schedule diminish that? And Drinkwitz responded, it doesn't. The quote is significantly taken out of context. I was asked about our 8-9 game schedule decision, as in the SEC going from 8 conference to 9 conference games. Indiana was the best team in the country last year, no question. So he was catching hell from a quote that he said was taken out of context regarding the Big Ten.
The full quote is, Drinkwitz said, when I distinctly remember last year being in the SEC meetings when we were discussing the 8 to 9 game scenario, we were being told if we didn't vote to go to a 9 game schedule, then the playoffs wouldn't expand. So we made that decision. But in hindsight, we did not recognize, or I didn't recognize, that they didn't play an A4 game, meaning the Big Ten. So a little more context. Yeah. There wasn't, in standalone, it does look like he's just taking a swipe at the Big Ten. Longer form, I would agree with him that there's a little more to it.
It seems like the only one who wouldn't like a non-game conference schedule and to get rid of one of the blood donor games are the head coaches, whose records are going to be affected because they might take a loss they might not otherwise have taken. But the fans have got to love it to get legitimate games instead of what amounts to, line them up and knock them down practice game.
I share your opinion, sir. Now, in fairness, on the other side of it, although I, without questions, share your opinion, Doug, the other side of it is that we just read off what Indiana did last year. I mean, for that team, I don't think they will be viewed. You never know how they will be viewed, a couple of years from now with the star power that the 2019 LSU team had. But as far as the schedule that Indiana team had to go through to win a championship and go undefeated, I don't know who will have a better one in the history of college football. It was nonstop. It was relentless. But the one thing that separates it, to not go Mike Greenberg and prisoner of the moment and only rank teams from the 21st century as the greatest of all time, is they had to play 16 games. And they had to play that level of competition for more than half of them just to get through to the championship game before beating Miami in Miami. That's the difference now. So, yes, you are now removing some of those blood donor games. And from a fan standpoint, I love it because it's like, yeah, I guess the season starts against UAPB, but I really don't care. I'll probably watch a half and then, move on. It starts on that Friday night in Kansas the following weekend. With that established, now you're going from a schedule that used to have just a few years ago 11 games, now 12 games, but now you're adding in the college football playoff, and I think that is a fair observation, even though I personally love the fact that the blood donor games are being removed.
What Indiana did last year was truly impressive. I mean, they just trashed some good teams. They destroyed Alabama in the playoffs. They beat Oregon by 34 points in the playoffs. They beat Purdue, wasn't much, 56-3. They beat Illinois 63-10. They beat UCLA 56-6. I'm not sure anybody's going to repeat a season like that.
I agree with you.
And Curt Cignetti is now using the fact that they were slighted at the ESPYs as motivation this year.
Is that right? You go with the ESPY slight.
He said there's something about the Knicks being the team of the year. I kind of thought the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team would get that, but ESPN and the Knicks, Doug, kind of feels it was always going to go that direction, but Cignetti is now saying that was a slight to Indiana football.
Just for the record, to give context, this is why anytime I hear about 10-win seasons and how it's the first time Missouri has won this many 10, number one, they didn't play 12 games throughout college football. And number two, I just typed in 1977 Missouri football schedule. That's the one that I went to go back. Of course, they were in the Big Eight at that time, so they played against Iowa State, Oklahoma, Kansas State. Colorado was a top 25 team that year. Nebraska, Oklahoma State, and Kansas. Their non-conference schedule was against USC, at Illinois, versus Cal, and at number 20, Arizona State.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was a little different, and that's why when I hear about 10-win seasons and how it's the first time it's been done, there is a different context when you've been playing usually 3 games that you are a monster favorite. This is not unique to the University of Missouri, but I want to present that to just give the audience who may not be familiar with what went on and why the historical win total for a season is not remotely apples to apples. Also, when you go back to 1977, whoever wound up winning the national championship, and Doug, I think that was the fight in Irish, because if it's a 77, 66, 55, and 88, they win national championships, I think something like that. But either way, they would have played their 11-game schedule, not 12, and then played a bowl game, and they'd be done. 12 games. Indiana played 33% more games, and also at the end of the year had to go up against Ohio State, Alabama, Oregon, Miami, just to win the damn thing, much less including Illinois, Penn State, Oregon in the regular season. I mean, it's just an absolute gauntlet now. So while I love getting rid of the blood donor games, I do also understand where coaches are coming from when they're presenting that, even though I also know that some of it, of course, is self-interest. I don't blame them for saying that because, I mean, even I think the most optimistic Missouri fan knows that 10-2 would be a historical season considering what is on the schedule. And whereas the win total is 6.5, is that what it is, 6.5? The win total for Missouri in Las Vegas is 6.5 right now. And that would put me to the test as far as where to land on that. But that's a schedule thing more than it is having any real gauge on what the team is at this point, because you have so many new players year to year.
And once again, it's a quarterback that you don't know a ton about. Last year was Bo Perbula. A couple of years back, remember Kelly Bryant was going to be this. It's a tough place to live when you're a fan trying to figure out, okay, what do we got? Who are we going to be? When you bring somebody in from the outside, and there's just not a lot there. Even Austin Simmons, I mean, how much did he really play? Coming into this, not a ton. That's what's really hard to kind of get a gauge on.
Yeah, he was the starter at Oxford at the beginning of the year last year, and then replaced by Trinidad Chambliss, who led that team to the Final Four. And then Doug, he was supposed to be done, but then they sat down with a judge in Mississippi who said he could play again.
It's fair and appropriate that you go to the courts to try to get another season of college football.
But then the court was in Mississippi, so that worked out.
Yeah.
And it was funny because that Brendan Sorsby guy, who's not going to play football at all this year because the NFL just said, okay, we're going to get rid of the little special draft for him to avoid the controversy. They went to a judge in Lubbock, and then he got to play.
Really?
Yeah.
But the courts are completely non-biased, I'm sure.
That's correct. So that's why...
Because judges are always completely non-biased. Just the facts. Huh. Well, maybe Mizzou could go to court and bring back Chase Daniel.
Ooh. Now, he's a media guy now.
Yeah.
He's SEC Network.
But he'd probably still be the starter.
Think so?
Yeah.
Relax, Doug.
Okay.
The SEC's gripe stems from Texas last year. If they play Austin Peay instead of Ohio State to make the playoff, that's the SEC coach's point. That's from Steven Time. I don't dispute that. That's what I understand exactly where they're coming from. So I don't think it's crystal clear one way or the other because, yeah, what is the incentive to schedule non-conference if the determining factor is going to be your loss total? I'd have a hard time believing, but it's super subjective, and we got to take ourselves back now 9 months, 8 months, but that Notre Dame wasn't one of the 12 best teams in the country, but they had 2 losses, and one of the losses was to Texas A&M, and they're comparing their resume, and Then they had the weird spot with the SEC championship game where they couldn't have a team lose that and then be out of a 12-team playoff because then the SEC wouldn't want to continue with the SEC championship game and there was too much money on the line. So they've got themselves quite a little situation here with this system. Now, Eli Drinkwitz, the one thing that did, I think, get national attention more than the jokes were about how he is passionate about not only an expanded playoff, but that it is all determined on the field. And this mimics exactly what he said last year. He wants a 24-team playoff, but he wants it all determined on the field. He said sports has never been about committees deciding who gets to play. And he did get some support for that when he talked about that yesterday.
Oh, we got a soundbite? No.
No, I know we don't have a soundbite on it, but
it seems like you might have to cut a game off the regular season, though, if you're going to play that many games, aren't you?
Okay, but anytime we have a conversation about reducing the top line when season tickets and parking passes are going up in cost, that's going to be a tough conversation to have. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the fans would love more games. Bring them on. They would love them. In the past, there's been some concern. Can these guys play 16, 17 game schedules? Now that nobody seems to worry about who's academically ineligible or, when the next semester is going to start, and maybe you just forget all that. Just play as many games as you can.
Austin Simmons is a specimen per my wife at Mom's Weekend. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Here we go again.
Oh, Warson Woods, you got to stay out of the Mizzou quarterback business. All right, okay, if you're going to do it, Warson Woods Wacko, we need a bold quarterback prediction. He of the Sam Horn. And I did have a dangerous take where I said maybe Wacko wasn't totally wrong about what was going on with Sam Horn, possibly being the starter.
So are you going to confirm that Austin Simmons is a specimen per his wife at Mom's Weekend?
I don't have any corroborating, supporting evidence, Doug.
Now, did he just see him walking around in a T-shirt, or was this actually playing a game?
I don't know. Warson Woods Wacko, Doug has a question for you and or your wife. How do we know he's a specimen? There you
go. Yeah. You can go to a gym and see people that are specimens, but it doesn't mean they're great quarterbacks. Hopefully this guy is. You'd rather have your quarterback a specimen than a non-specimen.
Dr. Xander Malenthrop says Mizzou's going to run the table. How about that?
Oh, really?
Run the table.
There you go. So he's got 12-0 off to the SEC championship game. Maybe rest some players. And then get ready for a bye game or bye week before heading in and taking on, I don't know, maybe Notre Dame at the Rose Bowl. That'll be fun.
See the sunset?
Yeah, Jackson. Sunset, Missouri, Notre Dame, Rose Bowl. You ready?
Oh, I'm born ready. I got the clip of Drinkwitz talking about the expanded playoff.
Oh, here you go.
Okay.
I'm for expanded opportunities for schools in the playoffs. I just think when you have 130, I think it's 138 Division I playing schools, we have to have more opportunities and access to the playoffs. I am not for giving the committee more opportunities to put teams in the playoffs. As nice as I can be about it, committees are a bad idea in deciding on who should get in sports arenas. Sports are meant to be played and decided on the field. My idea last year, or suggestion last year, was about play-in opportunities, and I think each conference should have play-in games that create the opportunity to get into the playoffs. That's how I see it. I think it would create more excitement, avenues for your fans to be excited. I think if the top 8 teams in your conference had an opportunity to play in the playoffs, that gives you a measuring stick for each fan base that makes sense. I think this elimination of conference championship games, while I understand it as an opportunity to help you win the national championship, doesn't make sense because it puts too much emphasis on a singular outcome. And we can talk all we want about the process, but don't focus on the outcome. And then everything we're doing in college football is about the outcome, one single champion. And again, that doesn't make sense to me. So again, conference championships are important, need to be preserved. They're highly entertaining. They're highly valuable from a monetary standpoint. And they're highly valuable from a fan engagement standpoint. So throwing those away so you can get a bad matchup between 24 and 18 doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But again, the only person that asked me my opinion was Pat Forty, and I don't know that anybody else cares.
Eli Drinkwitz, pro SEC championship game. Yeah, I respectfully disagree on that. I think its time has come and gone, and he may not like it, and I guess I understand it if you're the head coach of Missouri as opposed to, say, the head coach of Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State, but you play for championships, and I realize it's a bunch of programs competing, and only one, therefore, is going to be the singular champion. But I don't think you're going to have people in Columbia, Missouri, or around the state of Missouri, or around the SEC who would say the season's a failure if Missouri got into the playoff and lost in the first round. But if you're trying to spin fans into saying it was a great year because you got to a bowl game, that time has also passed. And you might not like it as the head coach who would like the bar to be lower, but I also just think that's reality. And he is a top 10 head coach as far as pay goes. So
is there a solution
going
where
to bowls isn't what they're paying him that for?
Is there a solution where a championship game, if they're not going to get rid of them because of the money and the TV, where it's an automatic playoff berth if you win the SEC? Now, I realize you can have it. It's an automatic.
Yeah.
So so if you get rid of, where does that bid go? I guess it'd just be any team from any.
And then it would be just
from any league.
If you're in a position to be in the SEC championship game, you're in the playoff. That was the whole deal last year with Alabama and Notre Dame.
But would you have, if you take that away and just say, well, if you take that game away,
just like how they do 5 through 12 right now, it's all done by a committee.
But it's not guaranteed to a certain conference. If you took away all the championship games, right, and you just said that automatic bid is off the table, does the SEC then get a guaranteed number?
The SEC is anti-guaranteed numbers. It's the Big Ten that wants a guaranteed number. And that's one of their sticking points as they went back and forth on this expansion. I gather because the SEC looks at the Big Ten as going, okay, you have 3 or 4 good teams every year, and then the rest is a mess, whereas, the SEC has 12 to 14 good teams, some great, and then 2 bottom feeders. The Big Ten, historically anyway, has had a bunch of bottom feeders. So the conferences, that's, I think, where the issue gets between the Big Ten and the SEC.
And Drinkwitz is a smart guy, and I think a lot of his answers, certainly self-preservation as a coach. The problem is sometimes when he's talking, even like the non-conference reference, because Mizzou's non-conference hasn't been all that robust, sometimes because he's the messenger on it, it's going to get dismissed immediately.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all for deciding it on the field. I love that idea. I loved that he brought it up last year, and I love it this year. I don't know how much traction it got because you're talking about doubling the size of the field, but I love the idea of deciding it on the field. I would love the idea of reducing the schedule also so that it makes it more palpable. But again, similar to whether you want to talk about it with the baseball season, the round of playoffs, whatever the case might be, anytime you are subtracting from the top line, that's going to be a difficult conversation unless somehow you are increasing the bottom line. And I don't know how you increase the bottom line by reducing one of the 12 regular season games. So that is, therefore, a non-starter, I would imagine.
Well, that's kind of where we are now. Do you get rid of a rather meaningless non-conference game at the top of your schedule and lose that money? Or do you add one at the tail end in a playoff game? I don't think they want to give up any games. I think they want to play more games, not fewer games.
That's what I'm saying. The season tickets are up. You're having the parking lot situation in Columbia is certainly getting a lot of attention from some Missouri fans about getting squeezed out of spots because the price has gone up. But that's the nature of you want to compete with Alabama, Georgia. You want to go to that level. You want us to pay a coach at that level to keep him. Okay, then the money doesn't just come from the sky. That's the cost of doing business. So That's the spot that they are in. You're welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to for your next vehicle. Check out the website, pick out the car, and just know that you'll get that vehicle with little to no money down. Also, best rates possible. They're able to do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Financing a car can get a little difficult. Things are different at Auto Loan Pro because they'll get you that great rate no matter what the situation, no matter what the circumstance. They'll help you get your life, get your credit back on track. That's why our guy Jim Olive put together the free playbook. You can download that from the website as well. It'll educate you on the credit industry. So get the car of your choice, get your credit fixed, all in one spot. AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family. Online, pick out the vehicle. See our buddy Robert Thomas on that site. Get the free playbook, pick out the car, little to no money down, making sure you get the absolute best rate. Doesn't matter what the past has done. You can fix your future and fix your credit with one website. It's AutoLoanPro.com.
Doug, you like this one?
Yeah, this is kind of nice.
What do we got going on here, Papers?
No, I just wanted to play some Ella Langley.
Yeah. What about Ella Reese?
Does she make music?
Mm-hmm.
I know she makes art.
Thank you. Good for you.
Is it art?
But I don't know if it's for our medium.
Fisher Window and Door Store is the sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Banger, banger, banger. That's from Jenna Tolles. Doug, another one of our many female listeners here to the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And let's be honest, the ladies go to the YouTube for the eye candy.
Oh, and who can blame them?
Right.
Awful lot of beefcake in the studio right now, fellas.
Yeah, I like us. We're hot.
Mm-hmm.
Great song, Jackson. I love you. I'm 21, so I'm not a creep. That's from Doug Glatt.
God.
Good on you, Doug.
I'm an Ella fella as well, Papers. That's from Marsh's Burner. Papers, you're experiencing great endorsement from your return music.
I'm glad people enjoyed the tune.
Yeah.
She's about the hottest star in country music right now, I'd say.
Probably, yeah.
I don't judge a book by its cover.
Hottest meaning.
No, I mean it's most popular at the moment.
Right.
I was white knighting for
Yeah.
whoever.
And 21 and not a creep, if you could, attach your age and whether you're a creep or not to future texts. That way we know how old they are, Doug, but also whether they're a creep or not.
Mm-hmm. I got an interview later today, clearing me up as a creep. I could not make it as a big-time vocalist. Tried. That was my big hit right there.
Caller Ellen says beefcake galore. Yeah. There it is, Doug. Yeah. Warrison Woods Wacko, our Missouri quarterback correspondent. He had the Sam Horn information last year. Just sent in the text in the previous segment saying Austin Simmons is a specimen per my wife at Mom's Weekend. Has a follow-up text. My wife knows zero about quarterback play. She only knows where Lot L is. Doug Lot L, the Huntley of parking lots for Missouri home games, and screaming FKU during Mr. Brightside. Austin was in my house during Mom's Weekend, and she took note. That's from Warrison Woods Wacko.
She took note. She took note. What kind of comment is that?
So you got to feel good about Missouri's quarterback play based on...
No, I want to see him play.
Guys, I'm 26. I'm not sure on the creep situation. I need third-party judgment. That's from Marsh's Burner.
Is there an age where you're automatically a creep?
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like there needs to be like another prepositional phrase in there because if just like a cutoff, like all of a sudden you turn 30 and you're a creep, that doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't.
Well, it's all about clearing me up as a creep.
But 50, does that make you a creep?
Just like as soon as you turn 50, you're then a creep? I don't see how that could be possible.
Well, the texts are firing in.
Yeah, they are. They have opinions, Martin.
Marsh's Burner, I'm 26, not sure on the creep situation. Need third...
You're repeating texts I'm reading.
You just read that.
Did you read that? I'm a little off here.
It's okay. It's all right.
I slept okay.
Did you?
But I feel a little off.
Is that right?
I'm not having a stroke.
Do you wear a Whoop or anything like that? Because I'd love to break down a REM sleep night. Bad REM sleep night. Woo. I'll tell you what.
Do you need your Whoop to tell you that, or can you just feel it? Like,
you can absolutely feel it. You can absolutely feel it.
And then the Whoop just kind of
usually confirms it. At this point, as I don't really get heavily intoxicated anymore, probably be a little strange if I did. Alcohol, of course, impacts caliber of sleep. That's very basic. But the one thing that I learned, and I suppose it's obvious when you say it, but if you eat later on, for us getting up as early as we do, that just totally blows up your sleep and then has a material impact on the caliber of sleep, and then you wake up feeling exhausted because your body's digesting that food late at night as opposed to resting. And so that's very basic, and I would imagine a large percentage of people already knew it, but for me, it's like, oh, okay, well. And then, of course, it's also good for not putting on a bunch of weight, too.
I was reading things online yesterday about people who have sleep paralysis. Have you ever heard of this?
Sleep paralysis. Papers you have?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you have when you're face down?
No. Sleep paralysis is terrifying.
Yeah. This apparently you wake up in the middle of your REM sleep when you're dreaming, and your brain, even though you're waking up, your brain still sees some of the images that you were dreaming. So people think they've seen ghosts or relatives.
And you can't move.
Yeah.
You can't move your limbs.
Can somebody who has sleep paralysis call it at 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone?
Yeah.
So sometimes it lasts a few seconds, but sometimes it can last a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Where people really get freaked out.
Yeah.
Not believing what they're seeing, like in their own bedroom or something, seeing figures walking and
sleep paralysis demons.
Yeah.
Doug, the creep question is being tended to here by 9-volt battery tester.
Okay.
And he says, I'm 65. For girls under 30, I would be a creep. For girls 30 to 55, I'm okay.
30's a stretch.
I would tend to agree. That strikes me as about a 75-foot putt. Can it happen? Sure. Are we expecting it to happen? No.
You got to be really rich.
Yeah, that sums it up well. We'll see you in Clayton on Friday. And he says, for women over 70, I'm a catch. That's the 9-volt battery tester.
All right.
Tommy Lasorda is a complete creep.
I'm with him, but he ought to up that 30 to 55 to maybe 45 to 55.
Why is Tommy Lasorda a creep?
Yeah.
Was that Rich in Maryland Heights?
Martin?
He's going after Tommy Lasorda.
Chevy Chase hated him in Fletch.
Hated Rich in Maryland Heights?
Hated Tommy Lasorda.
I'm having some show paralysis.
So they're saying
Tommy
if you're
Lasorda.
so when they're saying creep like 40 to 45, they're talking about hitting on women like younger than them because that is creepy.
I guess.
But just being 45 doesn't make you a creep.
I agree with you.
No.
Because then you're kind of diminishing the word. You know, the word's losing a little meaning.
I agree with you, Papers. I like your take right now.
Everyone who's 45 is just a creep. It's like,
Right.
okay, I guess I'm a creep. I got an interview later today.
It's a catchy song that Doug wrote.
Real earworm.
Yeah. That's the chorus, if I can just find some lyrics leading up to it.
Marsha's burner says to you, Martin, thank you for the double exposure, Martin. # big day.
Doesn't Gabe get paid like they prioritize
Super
a
chat.
tax?
Super chat. Yeah. That's a
Maybe-
business model. That's a revenue stream.
Well, how do you guys know? Maybe I was getting a little something there.
Oh, wow. Email in, and maybe I'll read it twice in a super chat the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you know anything about Design Air? That's Seth Goldcamp's business.
I do. Now I can lock in because Design Air is a company that's been supporting TMA for a real long time. And the best thing is you, the listeners, have supported them. That's what we love to hear. The great stories about folks who've done business with Design Air. Heating, cooling, repair year-round. You're getting the very best. Awesome team that Seth Goldcamp has put together. Family-owned business, St. Louis owned and operated for more than a century. So anytime there's an issue, we encourage you to check in with our friends at designairservice.com. That's the website. Sign up for an appointment or regularly scheduled maintenance. Get that maintenance program. That way you won't be caught off guard in the middle of the summer when it's hot out. Make sure the AC is working full blast, and in the winter, make sure that furnace is all set to go. So get the maintenance plan and check in with our friends at Design Air. Anytime you have an issue, if you need to replace that furnace, do it with Design Air or just a repair. Doug tells you about all these great repair folks that will be coming into your home. You can sign up at designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com, and the sponsor of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, the morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can participate in the program. Cardinals losing last night. Trade deadline consideration and discussion, and Jeff Passan with thoughts. We'll have that story for you coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Papers an Ella fella.
He really is.
Well, people seem to enjoy it, so I'll keep it rolling.
Hey, you never have to apologize to me. You're a prince.
Thank you.
Doug, my brother had sleep paralysis for 30 minutes, and he couldn't move.
Really?
Trying anything and everything to wake back up, started getting feeling in his toes, and was able to slowly lock back in. Dirty Dan the garbage man.
I've heard people say that they feel like pressure on their chest, that they can't get up, and that it usually happens when you sleep on your back.
I'm safe.
You know, it's weird. I've never had it.
So you
My stepdad and I used to paint each other's chest.
Martin, that's Post-Dispatch columnist Tony Messenger, who did a show for a couple of days on CBS Sports 920, and those were the texts that he was reading.
I'm sure he appreciates the fact that lives on.
I would leave my wife for this woman so quickly it's scary. That's from the South Side hash-slinging slasher.
All right, easy.
Really?
So when you go to bed, Papers, and you start the evening face down and you wake up the next morning face down?
No, I usually wake up on my side.
Okay.
I usually wake up on my side.
Because you had to breathe at some point.
Yeah, but when I take like a nap, fully on my face the entire
Just
time.
with the face right smack into the pillow.
Sometimes, like, my couch, there's like a blast, it's a sectional.
Lord.
Two-piece
More to
sectional.
do.
Two-piece sectional.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Well, that's the
those cost $80,000.
That's the minimum amount it could be to be qualified as a sectional,
Right.
a two-piece. So there's a gap right in between where the two sections conjoin, and I can usually make a little bit of like a reservoir right there.
So you admit that you need an opening. You need a place.
I figure out a way.
Because if you do it into a pillow in your bed,
sure.
How do you breathe there?
Here's the thing, Martin, is that the human body is remarkable, and I don't think my brain would allow me to sleep through my own suffocation. You know,
But how
it would do something. It does something.
Okay,
clearly.
well, logistics, physically, your face straight into a pillow.
Not straight in.
Mm-hmm.
The top of my face is on the pillow.
Do you have
the
to
bottom.
use a snorkel or anything?
No.
Question.
So
Although
more
I
of a
wouldn't.
forehead to pillow thing.
Yes.
Oh,
Most
okay.
of my face is on the mattress.
Tim, you getting a visual here?
Yeah, and it's hot.
Yeah, I sleep like I'm taking a charge. Reverse charge.
Okay.
Huh. And you've always slept like that?
Well, certainly for most of my adult life.
All right. Well, whatever works for you, I guess.
Right.
We don't sleep shame.
I
We
wish
don't
I
take
slept
shame.
on my back. It's better for you. Although apparently the sleep paralysis could come and get you.
Now, everybody has that dream paralysis, right? Where you're trying to swing your arm, you're going to punch, and your arm just won't move. That's
No.
while you're.
I've never had that.
You've never had that?
No.
In a dream
I've
where
I've had it happen.
where you
Yeah.
can't. You in the dream you're
Who are
going to
you
like
punching?
all kinds of people.
I don't mean to be insensitive, but is this an Irish thing?
Oh, bow! You've never had it where you couldn't move an arm like while you, in your dream. And
I've
it's
had the thing where
because
you're
you are
falling
asleep.
and then you like wake
Falling,
up
yeah.
right when you're about to hit the ground.
And that's because your sectional is starting to move apart while
Yeah.
you're face
That could
down.
be the
It's
case.
actually happening.
That could be the case.
I still have the dream every now and then where I got to do a sports cast and I've got nothing. I've got no script. I've got no video. Got 5 minutes and you're on right now. I go,
That was essentially my internship for Rich Gould.
I was just thinking, Uncle Richard, yeah, you got nothing prepared? So what?
I remember one night, I just, I think the printer wasn't working when I was interning for him. That's how the scripts, I don't know, do you still have scripts? It's probably on an iPad.
No,
I assume now.
now it's all just in the prompter.
Well, it was
And
always in the
but
prompter, but I guess your
but I'm
backup
saying that's
was
all it
scripts.
is now.
Really? Is that right?
There's nothing in your hand.
So
although I
like
think
shot sheeting when you're ad-libbing or highlights is also in the prompter?
I'll just put like a bullet point.
Yeah.
You know.
who's running
fly
the
ball
prompter?
around.
Are you running the prompter?
Typically, you have it now in your hand, like a little clicker.
Wow.
What if it doesn't work?
Well, that's happened a few times,
I'm
Doug.
sure it has.
Ad-lib special. Yeah, Rich Gould, it was just in, he just goes, my intern can't print out the script, so we're just going to wing it here.
That's what he said.
Exactly. And then we went out for some drinks. Let's see. The win total for the Cardinals now, Doug, the number is set at 80.5. 80.5.
Okay.
For
So it's
the
coming
record.
down.
That's right.
That sounds about right to me. That
The
might
Boston
be
Red
enough.
Sox, who have the exact same record as the Cardinals, 84.5. But of course, they are hotter than the fires of hell.
If the
Caleb
Cardinals,
Durbin.
if the Cardinals played in the American League West, they'd be a first place ball club. 51-48, first place.
Yesterday, the odds for the Cardinals to make the playoffs plus 300. Jugs in D.C., he is high on that play. And, hey, by definition, they are still in the playoffs, even after back-to-back heartbreaking losses. Jeff Passan has his list of top 100 trade candidates updated just this morning on ESPN.com. Doug, would you like to take a guess at who number one is?
Among the Cardinals or among everybody?
Everybody.
Oh, gosh.
Well, you can get this.
The number one trade candidate.
Most desirable.
Tarek Skubal.
That's correct. So
okay.
Do it. Byron Buxton of the Twins, 2. Another twin, Joe Ryan, got rocked last night, is 3. Mason Miller of the Padres, as the Padres are still in a playoff mix, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast. I don't know how they view it in San Diego. They usually are more on the aggressive side at the deadline. And Shea Langoliers of the A's is ranked 5th. Then you sit there and go, okay, what do we got with the Cardinals? What do we got with the Cardinals? Well, they start hitting, and they start hitting hard as you get into the teens. By the way, they still have Wilson Contreras listed as a top 15 trade candidate. I'd be surprised.
He said he wants to retire a Red Sox.
I'm surprised by that, especially with the way the Red Sox are playing. They have Chapman listed as a top 20 trade candidate. The problem for the Cardinals is they had a bunch of guys, but now many of those guys have been dropping off as far as their value. So 2 weeks ago, the Cardinals had 4 in the top 25. Now they have Riley O'Brien, 34th. Lars Nootbaar is now ahead of Dustin May. How about that? Lars Nootbaar, 42nd. Dustin May, 45th. And I would think that there would be, but maybe not. I was thinking JoJo Romero, but I don't know if he's now removed. Yeah, there he is. He's 96. So the premise being, I don't think there are a whole lot of people, I don't even know if there's anybody for that matter, who's sitting there saying the Cardinals need to buy. I don't know if anybody's ever been saying that throughout the course of the season, perhaps hedging by not necessarily getting rid of prospects and solidifying the bullpen. Most have understood what the season is from the get-go. There have been some pleasant surprises, certainly some concern when it comes to some pitchers. But the problem is now anybody that you are selling, at least of the guys that you would expect, are declining in the perceived value, at least according to Jeff Passan of ESPN.com with his latest list, because the Cardinals had 4 guys in the top 25 a couple weeks ago. Now they have 4 guys, but it's in the top 100 because you got to go all the way down to 96 to find the 4th one in JoJo Romero.
Yeah. And some of those guys' value seems to be going down daily.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if the Red Sox move people now. As you said, they've won 14 straight. Right now they're in a wild card position. That doesn't seem like what the Red Sox would do is to trade some of their top players when they're in a playoff spot.
Jugs is high. The Cardinals are a 75-win team, nowhere near the playoffs. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
Lick my hoop? Yeah, how'd that feel? We just don't know. You see such a different team almost on a daily basis. Some nights they go out there, some whole series, they look really, really good. And then other times they blow games they have no business losing. But yeah, that happens to lots of teams, not just the Cardinals. I think they are what they are. They're about a 500 team, and that might be enough to stay in the mix for another month or two.
I think the return on all of those guys was always going to be mediocre. You know?
I mean, but
maybe if May had pitched well.
Mid-June was looking
Right.
like a top 10 in those rankings, relatively speaking. But the issue is, and Keith Law was on with BK and Ferrario last week, and I think he said something along the lines of, I would trade Dustin May yesterday, something like that. Like, this is a guy who has historically had health issues, multiple operations. If you can get anything of note for him, capitalize on it. The problem is, since that complete game shutout, he has just not been even close to the same guy that he was after the first 2 starts to the season, where they were strangely off, one in St. Louis and one in Detroit.
But because that's his resume, hurt often, even when he's pitching well. I just don't know, if you're a team, how much are you willing to give up for Dustin May, knowing that that's his background. And now it's even worse.
Remember after that complete game shutout, I said, well, now they should trade him. His value's never, and I was mocked. I was ridiculed. I was bullied. Yeah.
What if he had a great first start and they traded him back in April and just said, okay, this is exactly what we were looking for.
Yes, I'm high, and you can lick my blank. They're going to the playoffs. See you in October. That's Jugs in D.C. Doug, this guy ain't going nowhere.
Yes, he's not.
He loves the Atlantic 10, and he loves the St. Louis Cardinals.
Do you take pot?
I appreciate the fact he's holding firm on that stance.
Yeah.
Not letting go. But over the course of 162, that's the beauty of baseball. You kind of are who you are.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I don't care if the Cardinals make it to the playoffs. All I care is that they make it to 69 wins, so Timmy's over hits. Thanks. That's from Big Tuft. I like that I have fiduciaries in the audience.
Lemming comment.
How dare you? You can text in with your financial support for me at 314-399-9646. We're taking Super Chats. I like the idea of the Super Chat. The Colonel, he's got it going with those Super Chats.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
Doug, that starts up real soon.
Okay.
Month and a half away. Fight Tiger.
You think he's looking forward? He's looking forward to it.
I kind of think the Colonel's in a good place.
All right, cut it off. I'm done. We just addressed that. I'm not listening to the rest of that. That's a terrible call. It's football. Please call next time.
But then he said for the business end of it, you rant and rave and kind of mock them, and at the end of it, you say, please call next time. I did notice SEC Media Days, and you wonder, well, who are all these people? Well, they are covering certain teams, clearly. So whether it's Nick Rodriguez, or Jamal Roberts, every question is very specific. It's like, hi, this is Quentin Smith from Razorback Weekly. What is the rivalry with Arkansas? And then the next kid would say, yeah, I'm from the Oxford Herald Gazette. Talk a little about Ole Miss. So each player just gets peppered with the opposing team.
This is brutal.
Hey, Timmy, just wanted to drop a note to let you know I'm really proud of you. Thank you for everything. Heart emoji, that's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, needs to stop. Needs to stop.
This guy feels like his chat or his texts don't get read, so he says super chats are a great idea. Now I can pay to have my text not be read. That's from Saffron Piranha. Saffron Piranha. Huh. Put down the crack pipe jugs. They finish in 4th in the division. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler, and they're going back and forth right now. Now the Warson Woods Wacko's joining in. He says Jugs in D.C. also thought Bo Prabula was good. So the Warson Woods Wacko is going. And then Doug Glatt wants to get involved in a super chat and says, if I pay $10, will Doug flash me a nippy?
No.
Read this dumbass text.
That was one of them. What's a super chat again?
So you're watching on YouTube, somebody's live streaming, and in the case of Gabe on Power Mizzou, if somebody puts in a super chat, they pay, so it'll be like $10, and then the deal Gabe has with the audience is he will read the comment if it is a super chat.
You get pushed to the front of the line.
That's
People
right. That's
pay
right.
to have their comments
That's
read.
correct.
And they're doing that in large numbers?
Yeah, I would think he probably makes $100 or $200 each time, much less he has sponsors, and then he's got the subscribers. Like I said, Colonel's in a good place.
Yeah, that's where
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit disturbed at the number of people asking me to take my shirt off.
Got that going, too?
And what does
the
that
audience
cost?
flirts
If
with
we're
him?
being honest.
Is that more than 10?
I do appreciate you guys being here and being a part of it.
I wonder if the loyal followers of Power Mizzou are annoyed that there's a sort of this faction that has arrived that's kind of a little offbeat.
Where'd they come from?
Yeah.
Give me your fucking feet.
Doug, not everybody's enjoying the conversation
I wouldn't think
and
so.
the support from the audience.
No.
This is pretty creative and witty. Usually not a regular texter into this show, but a regular texter into the station. What's TMA stand for? Tim McKernan is ass.
No.
Text of the day.
Perv out, baby. Perv out.
I bet that comes from a 24-year-old bi-curious female at Wash U pursuing an MBA.
I mean, technically, wouldn't that be TMIA?
Yeah, you got to think about it. Maybe we change the name. You can send in your texts. See if you can be better than that, though. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You also have the Form Energy YouTube chat. 282 friends are on the TMA STL YouTube channel, and Gavin Gibbs says, I stand with Jugs. He believes these St. Louis Cardinals are headed to the playoffs, Doug. How about that?
Well, that's good. I think a lot of people think they're heading to the playoffs.
You know, weirdly, the fact that the guys who would be traded are all trending downward, maybe it leads to them not trading them, and then you have a higher probability of getting the playoffs in 2026. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And Heim says, we decided to keep this core together to reward them for what they've done so far. And that's it. Nobody wanted them. Really?
Well, you know, all the other teams know exactly what's happening with the Cardinal trade bait. And how much could you get right now for Dustin May or Jojo Romero or Riley O'Brien? I don't know that you get much. I know they got to kick the tires on it and see what's out there, but I can't imagine anybody would give you very much for those three players that are kind of on the downward swing right now.
Don't give up. You still...
Shut up, ravioli head.
Oh. Doug, Mount Rushmore of Kate Bush songs?
I don't know any Kate Bush songs.
Running up that hill has got to be
that experienced a renaissance with Stranger Things. This woman's work, a lot of people associate that with Maxwell in 98 or 99, but it was Kate Bush, original.
Just don't.
And Don't Give Up, but I don't know what the fourth would be. But Papers is focused on Ella Langley today to the delight of the audience. He is winning friends and feathers everywhere. Kirby Smart speaking right now at the SEC Media Days. That's the only guy, I think, who could go 0-12 and still keep his job. I feel like he's Alan Dadeville. I don't know if you share that opinion. Of course, Alan Dadeville, our Georgia correspondent.
You think Kirby Smart will get up there and say, what do you call a good-looking woman in Alabama? A visitor. You think he'll roll that out?
That's not necessarily his brand. Papers, if you had to pick a favorite to be let go first in the SEC, who would it be? And I know who you're going to say, and you're so happy about it.
Heupel.
Oh, really? I thought you'd go Beamer.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Okay.
They seem to really like him in South Carolina. Oddly.
Papers does not like Shane Beamer as far as coaches go, does not like Tennessee as far as teams go.
I feel like Tennessee, though, is like their expectations are higher than South Carolina.
Is it just the color of the uniforms that you hate?
No, it's part of it, but no, not the totality.
What riles you up more, the coach or the fan base?
Fan base. The Heupel doesn't really bother me one way or another. I don't think he's a world-class coach, but I don't think he's a bad coach either.
And you stand on business.
I try to.
What does the fan base do that upsets you?
Just their whole demeanor.
Take a listen to this. Heupel was talking yesterday, and he was asked about the Lane train making another return to Knoxville. Doug, they don't really like him in Knoxville after his exit.
I wouldn't think so.
And LSU heads to Tennessee. I'm sure that'll be an 11 o'clock kick. Here's what he had to say regarding the last time Lane Kiffin came to town in which they were throwing things at him. Here's Josh Heupel.
Certainly hope our fan base hasn't cooled off. So, whether it's the grocery stores being fully stocked with mustard, or our sports stores making sure that they got reinforcements on the golf balls. Hopefully, Knoxville's ready for his arrival.
What's he suggesting?
They threw last time
threw golf balls at the guy
when Ole Miss went to Tennessee last. Tennessee fans were throwing bottles of mustard, and someone threw a golf ball at Lane Kiffin. And they had to clear out the sideline for the Ole Miss players. Then the Tennessee cheerleaders and dance team had to run off the field with their signs covering their heads so they didn't get hit by anything.
Gosh.
So he's saying, make sure you have that when they come to town.
Kind of surprised the coach would say it's a little...
I think he might be playing tongue-in-cheek, but either way, I don't think that's how you should be approaching it.
No.
But
that would be
stay
criminal
classy,
behavior. Throwing a golf ball at someone would be criminal behavior, I would think.
Yeah, well, their coach says, keep it up.
What if the person arrested says, well, I was encouraged to do this by that guy?
Might have a case.
Ball coach.
Say that
Might
guy
have a
right
case.
over there.
Might have a case.
Hey, you want to podcast the program? Podcast it. You watch it, rewatch it anytime you want on YouTube, TMA STL YouTube channel. And, of course, the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's on the 101 ESPN app and on the TMA STL app. And when you subscribe to TMA STL, you're getting After the Morning After as well. You're getting Movie Boy and the Tim McKernan Show podcast papers. We're on a QFTA watch this week. You tell me what day works for you, and I'll tell you what day works for me, and we'll make it happen, Jack.
Probably Thursday.
Can't do it.
Wednesday?
Let me check my schedule on that.
Okay.
Sounds like you guys are locked in.
Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get a quick response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs and have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. You got a garage door issue, work with Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door Company, a longtime TMA sponsor. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Anytime you are in need of working with one of our advertisers, I am more than happy to make a personal introduction to you. So email me, tmckernan@InsideSTL.com, and I'm happy to introduce you to a direct line to the TMA sponsor. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Free agent forward Matisse Thybulle has agreed to a one-year, $3.3 million deal to sign with the Los Angeles Lakers. Sources are telling Shams Charania and ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jackson's having an Ella Langley Tuesday here on 101 ESPN, Doug.
Well, it's Ella Hour. This will be the last one.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Have you seen her perform?
I haven't been to a live concert in a long time.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What's the last show you went to, bro?
I've seen live music recently, like more recently than that, but like an actual band. It's probably Greta Van Fleet 2 years ago.
Wow.
Your girl Ella Langley is going to be in Springfield, Illinois, August 21st. It's a Friday night.
Yeah, why don't you go there and see if you can figure out what the word is?
And then go to the Lincoln Museum beforehand.
Not a bad idea.
Get a horseshoe. It's the Illinois State Fairground.
What's the date on that?
Friday, August 21st. You may have been at the BMW all day, but if you could get yourself to Springfield.
BMW week. I'll be that day, actually. I plan on being at the BMW Championship, so probably not going to happen, Martin.
Well, just giving you an option.
I appreciate that. It's 1 month away.
Pikeville, Kentucky. It's actually looks like it might be on Thursday night. Might be a little tough.
Probably missed that.
Talk about the Blues broadcast announcement. That's from All Green Al.
Well, why don't you guys take this one?
Papers?
What is their big broadcast announcement?
Jeremy Rutherford, 2 minutes ago. Blues TV update, starting with the 2026-27 NHL regular season. NHL Productions will provide centralized production services for at least 4 teams, including the Blues. Story coming soon from The Athletic.
So they're going to the Cardinal MLB model?
It sounds kind of like that.
That was a question, and we discussed that with Tom Stillman, did we not, when he was on about a month-ish ago? That was a question that I know Blues fans have been wondering. I kind of had thought that was going to be the route that it would go. So the Blues, per Jeremy Rutherford at The Athletic, will go to the centralized production service for at least 4 teams, the Blues being one of those teams, with the NHL Productions team handling it just like MLB TV is handling the Cardinals. Doug, the days of Fox Sports Midwest are in the rearview mirror, along with Bailey's doing business as Bally's, FanDuel Sports, but it was a magical run.
I assume they'll have the same announcers?
Yeah, I think that would. It's kind of like
thing with the Cardinals.
It's kind of like the Cardinal answer. You'll still get your games. You just got to figure out. We'll let you know where you're going to get it. And I don't know if it affects the audience. Well, we'll see. In terms of the product, we don't know yet what it looks like. But for the most part, if you're a Blues fan, you're going to be able to watch the games.
Big changes everywhere. I see the ESPN TV network having massive layoffs. Karl Ravech expected to be let go today after 33 years there.
Karl Ravech, per Andrew Marchand, will be let go today. Ravech said he had not been told yet when contacted this morning by The Athletic. Ryan Clark let go yesterday as part of the round of layoffs. There is a theory that is going around, but ESPN is saying that is not the case, that he was terminated for his exchange last year with Peter Schrager. I don't know if you guys recall this, where he said this is what it's like when you didn't play in the league, and then he pushed back and said that was you're belittling me here on the show. But The Athletic reporting that is part of a layoff. ESPN cut ties with NFL analyst Ryan Clark. Sources briefed on the move told The Athletic Clark was on ESPN's NFL Live on Monday. He was informed of the decision during the show. It's a good way to do it. It's kind of how the Plowhawk found out.
They said they were afraid he was going to see it on his phone during the show. And
I still don't understand that, because he's mid-show.
And then he didn't finish the show.
Well, mid-show.
Understandably so.
It's like
Plowhawk, to his credit, he stuck around.
It's like getting a cane around the neck in the old vaudeville days.
The hook. So even if you're an executive at ESPN, and you're like, I think it's going to get out. You could probably get through the show. You could probably get through the show without it leaking.
John Rice has thoughts on it, and he joins us now, Doug, on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, where you can call in at 314-974-0101 here on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I wasn't actually calling about the Ryan Clark thing. I was actually calling about the game last night. I went to bed early. It was up 2-1. Woke up this morning, so we lost 3-2, and so O'Brien had another implosion. Kind of scary. So
it was a tough loss. Back-to-back walk-offs. He had bad control. He was hitting people. Couldn't find the strike zone. He even had a strike, Doug. You saw that one where he got the call.
Yeah.
And the Angels like, that wasn't a strike, and it wasn't.
Reversed it.
And like what Tim said earlier, I don't think at this point how much we get in any trades with the way May's been pitching, O'Brien's pitching. It's kind of tough to see what we do at the trade deadline now.
What would you like him to do?
At the time, I thought we'd trade May and O'Brien, maybe Romero, because Romero's hurt. O'Brien and May are having difficulties. I don't know how much we get for them at this point.
Yeah. John, does it bother you? You're still in the text inbox as troublemaker.
Well, I thought Jackson was going to fix that.
Come on, Jackson.
I think you're on probation.
But hey, like I've always been told, we all have a purpose in life, even if it is to be a bad example. So I guess that's my name. I'll keep it, I guess.
John Rice, Troublemaker.
It's a cool name. Troublemaker.
Cool nickname. I like it. I like it.
It's like an Old West nickname.
Right. And I remember the reason why I got that nickname was about a few weeks ago. I called in and made the text about who cares about soccer, talk about the Blues, and that's when Jackson called me Troublemaker. Yeah, but that's okay. Everybody's got a nickname.
Okay. I seem vindicated in my naming.
Right, that's right. You're cool, Jack. But hey, I was listening, Martin.
You're cool, Jack. I like that.
Hey, Martin, I'm going to the game again Friday night. We need to take Doug along, see if they got some turkey burgers up there we can get him.
Yeah, I don't know. Do they sell a lot of turkey burgers down there at Busch Stadium?
I wish they did.
Maybe put in a helmet, Doug. Would you eat it in a helmet?
I would, yeah.
What, a bunch of cheese on the side?
Like a mound of it?
Yeah.
Just a couple three turkey burgers and a Cardinal helmet.
Yeah, but tell you what, the secret now, I never would have ate a turkey burger. My wife got me onto those a few years ago. I still like a regular hamburger, but the secret is if you grill them on the grill, get them seasoned up real nice, grill some mushrooms and onions, put some Swiss cheese and some mustard and mayonnaise on there.
Yeah.
It's pretty good salad.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good, yeah.
So it's healthy, I guess.
Healthier.
Well, it was.
So, of course, Martin saw me. I got a soft, doughy center. I'm not spelt like Jackson. So
you're a little doughy, are you?
A little doughy, but
a soft, doughy center, like he's a candy bar.
You're cool, but you're cool, Jack. I
appreciate that.
You clip that off?
Sure.
That's right.
I got it written down.
Well, like I said, we're all bodybuilders. I just build my body a little different. So.
Yes.
That's SEC Media Day material right there. I like that.
Why have a six-pack when you can have a keg?
Exactly. A party ball. So, but no, let's go to the game Friday night and get Doug some burgers. What do you say, Martin?
I'm going to be out of town, but Doug's available.
Okay.
Oh, I am so busy.
Well, he likes to go to that cruising in Lindbergh thing instead.
No, I don't. I'm not going that again.
Oh, nice. That'll be fun for you.
But I do got a question for Doug. I mean, I saw in your bio, it says you're 78. How did it now? I thought you were about mid-60s.
I'm not 78 years old. Where did you see that?
That's what the internet
says. Close.
No, I'm not 78.
Like online, the height and weight's always off.
Okay. Well, that's what the internet says on your bio on the station, so I don't know. They need to fix that.
On the radio station?
Doug Vaughn, our 78-year-old morning drive host.
I just Googled Doug Vaughn, and it popped up, said 1970 or born in 78, so.
Born in 78.
Well, then he'd be 48.
No, it said you were 70. You were 78. Is what they said your age was. So.
And it says, as a matter of fact, on AI, it says you're 79.
Oh no!
God,
you're celebrating a birthday.
I'm aging like a president.
So, but I'll say I thought you were mid-60s. So
it says legendary St. Louis sports broadcaster.
How old now?
79 years old, born around 1947.
Oh God! Who wrote that?
Jugs in D.C.
That's AI.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up. I apologize.
Jugs in D.C. Holy crap! It actually says that.
No.
Hopefully someone will get that fixed.
We'll work on that.
But I'll say, if you're 78, you look great, man.
Well, but I'm not. Okay.
No, I like this. You guys are great people. I like talking to y'all. So.
Well, it's wonderful to hear from you, John Rice. You're not a troublemaker.
Soft, doughy center.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Alan Dadel said, please take more calls from guys who seem like they meant to actually call Feinbaum.
Legendary Samus. Doug Vaughn is 79.
79
born
now.
around 1947.
Says who? AI says.
Yeah, like your Julius Caesar. Just gives you a rough estimate of when you were born.
Okay.
From the 3 and 4, I'm a big fan of this guy. Not everybody is, but
right.
I like John Rice.
I like his voice.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Almost like a character from Family Guy or something.
Who do we have the other day? Who was
King of the Hill? King of the Hill?
Yeah,
Hank Hill? Maybe Beavis and Butthead's neighbor or something?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that. Who was it called in the other day? Steve from Birmingham.
Yeah, umpire, I believe, and he's in business with Roy Oswalt.
Yeah, I'll take John Rice over him.
Wow, Steve from Birmingham just took us.
Well, if we're drafting teams of callers,
and I think I got it mixed up. I think Steve in Birmingham used to play like minor league Cardinal baseball, and the SEC umpire is different. The SEC umpire is a little more upbeat.
I'm into the SEC umpire.
And then Steve in Birmingham's a little down on the Cardinals.
Is he the one who wanted the guys to hit from their guts?
That was Chris.
Okay.
And he also wanted Mason Wynn changing.
That's right. He wanted him at second.
He hasn't surfaced in a while.
No, I think he might. I think that take might have ended his reign.
You can email in about your soft, doughy center the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Get involved. That comes up on your Polos Plus dossier at approximately 9:45. On Fridays, we have our VIP auto accessories drops of the week. I have a feeling John Rice will be making an appearance. Go to VIP Auto Accessories. They'll take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop for your vehicle and or your vehicle fleet. That's Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg at VIPAutoAccessories.com. They've been in business in St. Louis since 1979. VIP Auto Accessories has 4 departments under one roof. In addition to commercial upfits, you have graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket accessories. I got my windows tinted at VIP Auto Accessories with Tommy and Brian. Super easy process, and they do much more, especially for commercial vehicles. They are making single source automotive solutions for your business a reality. This includes the upfits, graphics, and ongoing maintenance. It's VIP Auto Accessories. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him that TMA sent you. VIPAutoAccessories.com. It's 9:15 in St. Louis. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Delmar Mortgage online at delmarmortgage.com. That's Ryan Luchtefeld, and that's who I've been working with here over the last couple of months. Man, the process has been super easy. So if you are in this competitive home buying market, work with somebody with the personal local touch who also has all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. One of the things Ryan does is he gives out his personal number for you to call or to text. That number is 618-593-3608. You're going to get pre-approvals and fast-track options that are going to make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. Delmar Mortgage is a family-owned business in the industry now for 60 years, and Ryan Luchtefeld has been in the industry for 22 years, 13 of those now with Delmar Mortgage. It's who I worked with, so I can speak to it firsthand. If you'd like me to make an introduction to Ryan Luchtefeld, I'd be happy to do so. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, or you can just contact him directly, call or text 618-593-3608. Ryan Luchtefeld, DelmarMortgage.com. Paper switching it up.
Tony Bennett?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, he hung around a long time.
Today is the anniversary of his death 3 years ago.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was still performing into his 90s.
He was 97 when he passed away.
Wow.
He would have been 100 this year.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Mark Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers, love that rascal puff, is on the 1s and 2s. And Chairman Kurt takes your phone calls and your emails. You can call in at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. And you can also email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 9:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Cardinals losing last night in the Polos Plus dossier. All paper said was Redbirds, ouch. Redbirds, ouch.
Nothing else to put in there.
Well,
don't get no sound.
Did you have a problem with that? Don't get no sound?
I didn't like it, really.
I had a feeling that was going to bother you.
Proper grammar is not that difficult.
I didn't get any sound.
Better. About that? Not even better? All right.
Better.
Yeah, it was a brutal one. Cardinals 2 outs away from bouncing back. Cardinals were a handful of outs away from winning on Sunday in Arizona. And I would imagine our mindsets would probably be substantially different if they do finish off both those games. At the same time, I don't know how many people would, when it really gets down to it, feel like it substantially alters how they feel about the team's chances to do a whole lot in 2026. But, Doug, you know what they say at the World Series of Poker?
What?
Just give me a chip and a chair. That's all I need is a chip and a chair.
Just gotta
you
get
say
in.
if you can just get hot, you can win babies.
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
Nice.
Do they have the best team in the National League? Of course not. Nobody.
Do they have the
suggesting
4th
that.
best team in the National League?
No, of course no.
6th best?
Maybe.
Well, maybe.
Brewers had the best record in all of baseball.
How about that?
They're 26 games over. Run differential plus 136.
And that's in a pretty good division, too. You got 4 teams above 500 in the National League Central.
They need to. They should do something bold at the deadline. They should go for it.
The Brewers?
Yeah, they never do anything.
I wonder what they will do. I wonder what they will do.
They
because
should.
That goes.
But you got the lockout.
You have that, and you also have. Yeah, I mean, but they. I would think that they will, and I'll tell you who I think is going to be aggressive. The Cubs. They caught a lot of hell last year for having a really lukewarm deadline, and they're in a spot where, barring a surprise, they're a wild card team. But it's really a weird deal, in that I think most people who are following the game would say, yeah, you could probably with a healthy degree of certainty name 5 teams from the National League will be in the playoffs. I think the one that's in there right now that maybe you wouldn't expect when it's all said and done, but I don't know who's going to pass them, would be the Braves just because of their trend, but they're starting to bounce back. But you've got the Braves, you've got the Brewers, you've got the Dodgers, and then you got the Phillies and Cubs. Phillies might chase down the Braves, but the Dodgers and the Brewers are highly likely to win their division. And then you just have 5-6 teams competing for that final wild card. That is a statistical outlier since they expanded the postseason field. Usually you have a bunch of teams competing for at least 2 spots, if not 3. And in this spot, the divisions in the National League, 2 of them are all but wrapped up. And then you have the wild card spots. I would think, I would feel pretty good about that if I was told, all right, name over under 4.5 teams in the Major League Baseball National League playoffs. I'd be like, oh God, let me have that all day long. I'll get you 5. The final one, that's up for grabs. But I would think because of that, you're going to see the Cubs be aggressive, just to put themselves in a better position because they've had so many injuries to their pitching staff, and that's where I think they will be hyper aggressive here in a couple weeks.
Cubs have a pretty solid lineup. They got some guys who hit.
Yeah,
they need some pitching. Had some injuries there.
And if you get in, if you're that bottom wild card, you're probably playing the Braves or Phillies in that best of, Doug. But you know what? What is it, a chip in a chair? Mm-hmm. Jordan Walker goes back to Philly. Let's say they win that division. They're the lowest division winner.
Bill.
And it's the site of the home run derby, Doug. And Walker returns in October.
And if you're the Cardinals and you're thinking, well, we're going to try for it this year. What do you think? We think they get a couple of relievers if they're going to try to stay in the wild card? At this point, why wouldn't you? You think that's what they'd be looking for?
Well, if they were going to add on, I don't see that happening. Let's bring up Quinn Matthews. Let's go. Let's go. What's the guy going to wait till he's 30? Let's go. What are we waiting for, Doug?
I don't know.
Let's see what we got.
I don't know what we're waiting for.
We could use. We need some pitching.
I don't think it's out of the question that they go out and try to get a relief pitcher or two.
Maybe some rando that you've never heard of.
Yeah, someone. Yeah.
So do the old Rays move of you're trading some potential free agents away, but then still bring in a name that at this moment most Cardinal fans probably aren't even thinking about, but would solidify the bullpen. That kind of trade deadline
wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah,
I follow that.
Find me a Soriano out there.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of Sorianos out there, Doug. Get me another one.
You'd think. It seems like everybody they play brings in 2 or 3 relievers that just look unhittable, and the Cardinals relievers at the moment don't look so unhittable. I would think if another. Well, the trade deadline is in what, 10 days?
August 3rd.
Yeah, even more than that. I would think if they're still in a wild card spot or a game or two up on the wild card, I could see them adding a relief pitcher or two.
Just get in. That's a pathetic mindset. That's from the 618.
All right, give me that hate.
Well, what is your mindset? We can still overtake the Brewers, 11.5 back. They can still win this division.
618, you can call in. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your call at 314-974-0101.
I mean, what other mindset?
Could lop off a ball.
What other mindset could you have at this point of the season? You're not going to give up, are you?
Has the 618 ever called in?
I don't believe so. But
wasn't there a challenge even to call in one day? Was that the 618? Oh, he said,
"Oh, whoa."
What the heck? The guys you're talking about training are also the guys we need. Romero, May, Newt Bat. I like that. Newt Bat. We need a reliever. We need a starter. We need a bat. That's from the 217. Is that a nickname, Newt Bat? I'm on board if it is. If not, I'd be proud that we coined it.
He's heating up.
But he said Quinn Matthews sucks. Well, he's been on a pretty good stretch. Doug, his last outing, 6 innings, 1 run. Before that, 7 innings, 2 hits, 0 runs. Before that, 6 innings, 2 runs. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not going to be a great big leaguer. I don't know, but let's find out.
And how old is he now? He's like 25 or so.
Yeah, because he came out of college. He is 25.
Yeah, it's about time.
Right? Why not?
Even if it's just in the bullpen.
For sure.
The Cubs also have a lot of contracts up at the end of the year, and everyone besides PCA is getting up there. They will get Scooble and go for it. That's from Sniffin' Holes. How about that? I was wondering about the Cubs and Tarek Scooble.
They might. I could see that happening.
Tim, the 618 said he would call in, or she. Mm-hmm. I would, but I actually work for a living. Don't seem too busy, but...
Go give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Jackson's killing the drop game right now. That's from Ray King. How about that, Papers?
You're heating up.
Thank you.
God, Doug, you don't get it. We shall not trade the future for an early exit in the playoffs. That's from Jamie's Sugar Baby.
No, you don't get it. Have I one time said they should trade a good young player or prospect for a veteran? Have I ever said that? I have never said that.
Jamie's Sugar Baby calling.
There is no way they should move from their rebuilding position. Of course they're not going to trade any of the young prospects. It doesn't mean there isn't somebody out there that you could still turn for a relief pitcher or two. You're not going to break up the young core. Of course not. I have to say that every time. Anytime you say, boy, they could make a tweak or something and maybe improve the team, every time some jackwagon writes in, you want to break up the young core.
We're losing Doug. They're getting
Read
him.
this dumbass text.
Every single time.
All these jerk-off textures.
Chuckles Marlowe.
Well, if we rebrand him as Newt Bat, maybe his value goes up.
How about that?
I could see if Newt Bar gets hot, we could call him Newt Bat.
I can't stand this team.
Oh, come on.
They got no balls.
I don't know.
Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
How do you know a baseball team has balls or doesn't have balls?
It's the eye test, Doug.
I guess maybe you could lop off a ball.
See? That's how you know.
Yeah, I mean, last night was going to be an efficient, fairly well-played game, I think. And you're right there. It's 2, but you knew 2-1. Oh, that's scary. And then the announcers even said, well, the Angels haven't won a game after trailing after 8 innings. Like, oh, here we go. Could see it coming.
Doug, imagine if we traded Walker last year. Some people would be happy, and now look at him. Let's be patient. That's from Illini Lance.
What's that supposed to mean? What if they traded Gorman last year? Maybe they got something for him. You could say that. You could go down the whole roster and say things like that, couldn't you?
Doug, you asked every player this spring, how can you even compete this year? Now you're saying, go for it. That's from the Salty Ball Dad. I don't remember you.
No, I didn't.
So they would sit down at the picnic table, and you would immediately go in.
But if they're going to play their 100th game tonight. If you're 100 games into the season and you're still in the playoff race, you're telling me you don't want to be in the playoffs? You don't care about being in the playoffs?
So to be clear,
what kind of mindset is that?
What is your position?
My position is I could see them making a minor deal or two to get a couple of bullpen arms.
Would you be irritated if they traded Dustin May?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would you be irritated if they traded Newt Bat?
It might be a little early to trade him because I don't know that you got anybody to take that spot. And he's still performing pretty well. I'd like to see him hang on to him.
Riley O'Brien.
That's a harder call there. Because I don't know, again, I don't know who steps in to take that spot. And yet he hadn't been terribly effective here lately. He kind of comes and goes. That's a really hard call for me, Riley O'Brien.
I think at this moment, the most desirable commodity.
If they were selling, you mean?
Yes, correct. Because of again, within the realm of reason, obviously Jordan Walker would be the most desirable commodity, but within the realm of reason of players that would be available.
Tim, Blues official announcement about the partnering with the NHL for their TV broadcast this year. Steve Chapman, they call him Chappie, the Blues executive VP, said this partnership is an ideal arrangement for Blues, leveraging the production strength of the NHL while giving our organization more control over every aspect of our local broadcast than ever before. Still have some work to do before we can provide detailed answers for every question about our broadcast for the upcoming season. Production agreement is a key step in that process. So the Blues partnering with NHL Productions. But again, I think it's just a question of, okay, I want to watch the game. Where do I get it? Mm-hmm. And that'll be kind of like what the Cardinals did up and really until almost opening day. What channel? If I have Charter, if I have DirecTV, where do I find it?
Yeah, I think people care who the announcers are and where do I see the game. Because TV production has been so good for so long now, I think you kind of take that for granted, don't you? Was there a time recently when you watched a professional or major college sporting event where you said, my God, I don't like the tight shots we're getting. I don't like the graphics. It's all so good now.
About 300 fans showed up here at the Spreckles Theater tonight. They had plenty to say. Now, the Spreckles, you may know, is named after a sugar magnate. But there was nothing sweet about how this forum started.
Could use some writers like that.
It's almost SEC Media Day worthy.
Yeah, it is. Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville. Doug wants a piece of your ass, and he's not going anywhere.
Okay.
He really did. I'm not lying. He's the one who said, you asked the players, how can you even compete this year? Now you're saying go for it. That's the Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville. He says, Chairman, check the tapes. Doug actually asked, how can you compete this year to 3 different players? That's the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Yeah,
Well, things
we'll check the
change.
tapes on that.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig?
I remember you asking that.
Yeah. I just don't understand how you could say we don't care if we make the playoffs at this point when you're 100 games in and you're in a playoff position. I know they're not as good as the Dodgers. Chances are they're not going to be anywhere near as good as the Dodgers
Here's what I
anytime
don't
soon.
understand. You're not saying, I don't know what you're saying that's got anybody upset. Because I think we're of the same mindset. So I don't know why what you're saying has irritated some in the audience. I'm not sure. You're not saying trade, take your pick of whatever young player to, and you're also saying you're good with parting ways with people. And you're not saying, well, no, you got to keep Riley O'Brien. You're in the playoff mix. You said it's a really tough question. So I don't know. I'm not following why you're experiencing.
I'm pretty pissed.
I know you're pissed, but I thought that was more about that Great Clips thing on Sunday.
That, and I'm just tired of this 79-year-old broadcaster thinking that he owns this place.
Yeah, I guess that's got all of us irritated now that you bring it up.
This near octogenarian just going to keep blabbering.
No one would look at this Cardinal team and say, boy, this team really has a great shot to win the World Series. But the reality is you have a chance to get in the playoffs. Whether you hate the system or not, right now they still have a legitimate chance to get in the playoffs.
Okay,
so
nobody's disputing that, but what are you saying then to do? I don't know who you're arguing with.
I'm not really arguing at all. I'm saying I wouldn't mind them. I wouldn't mind them getting a couple of relievers to bolster that part of the team.
And what are you
right
willing
now.
to give up to get those relievers? Because if the
Don't you dare say Newt Bat.
I wouldn't say Newt Bat.
I think that's what people are asking.
If you even come close to putting your hands on one of my catchers, I'm going to fight you right here.
Don't you dare touch my
Well,
catchers.
that would be a position where they have more than enough bodies to
How
go
about this?
around.
Iggy says we need a pitcher, not a belly itcher, Martin. That's going on in the format.
Oh, yeah, we used to yell that in Little League.
Again, we're back to SEC media jokes.
You know, now you can't say that kind of thing in Little League Baseball because it's bullying the other team.
Is that right?
Yeah. We used to say, we need a pitcher, not a belly itcher to the other team.
I had a kid who, on my baseball team, who always insisted on pitching, and anytime he would walk the bases, like walk 2 runs on or 2 runners on, he would start crying. And so the game would
How old was he?
Like 5th or 6th grade.
Oh, that's too old to be crying.
So we'd always take long innings because the coach had to go console the pitcher. He was weeping on the mound.
Oh, God.
So that's probably a team that didn't have bulls.
Yeah,
if your pitchers
big
were
whack.
tears.
Boy, Chairman Kurt's coming at you from right here in the Stiefel studios. He says this is like watching Willie Mays with the Mets. Oh, that's right from inside the room.
Yeah.
Always your own guys.
It is always your own guys. Doug, do you frequent Little League games? That's from Jamie Sugarbaby.
Oh, I did for years and years. I love Little League Baseball. Got a kick out of that. I don't go now, but I would because I like watching little kids play baseball. Is that creepy?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, you might need to have
Watching youth sports is creepy?
No, but you might need to have like a blood relative on the field or coaching. If you're like watching like 4th grade, coach pitch. If you're just like, if it's high school ball,
You're just
obviously.
down by Kirkwood Park and there's a game and you sit down. And, all right, fella. Hey, second base, looking good out there. Like,
If you're
the guy
yelling
over
at
here?
people, sure.
Right.
Creepy. If you're yelling at people,
But if you were just like going to a 6th grade baseball game and you're like, I'm just a big old fan. I'm not saying it is creepy. I'm saying some people might make the allegation.
I've already got tickets for the 2027 St. Gabriel 7th grade tournament.
Oh, have you really?
They've already got the trophies.
Yeah, they won that one, didn't they?
Right, but that's more of a rite of passage or a cultural thing.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Whereas
sophisticated culture.
But I think high school, anyone can go watch. And like high school varsity, it's never creepy to be like watching high school varsity sports at any level. Or at any,
I don't think
any
it's
sport.
particularly creepy to watch any sports
I don't
at
think
all.
so either. I'm saying the allegations of creepiness might come about. I don't think it's right. Just like I don't think it's right for people to come after you for your simple takes. But
now they're simple. Okay.
Well, simple as in like you're not saying anything. You're not saying blow it all up or do this, that, or the other. You're just saying see if you can go grab a reliever.
Chuck Marlowe would go to high schools to do interviews for the Two Fox, and every once in a while he's like, I got there early, dude, so I just went in the weight room. Like, I don't think you can just go into the high school weight room.
And he started lifting?
Yes, because he was there early for practice.
No, that's creepy.
Decided to knock out a lift.
That is
I don't
bold.
think, what if you're over there asking for a spot? Are you the dude on TV? Yeah, what's up, man?
Mark, can you tell us about Michael's Bath? Because they have worked at your home and done wonderful work.
They have. I love showing these guys the before, the after. Kids' bathroom needed replacing, needed repairs, and we didn't really know what the options were. Heard about Michael's Baths and said it's a good time to sit down and talk about it, and I love the fact gentleman we talked to is not a salesperson. He's a former installer. So we walked up to the bathroom, started drawing stuff down, getting some ideas. Next thing you know, we had a plan. And then they executed that plan, and boy, it's fantastic. Everything about it, the whole process, the whole team that was in there, really professional. All of their workers are employed by Michael directly, so there's no subcontracting going on. 30 years of experience, that's what Michael's is all about, family-owned and operated. All they do is bathrooms. That's it. That's their specialty. michaelsbaths.com is their website. If you'd like to find out more, reasonably priced. I think a lot of folks get scared away thinking it's going to be super expensive. Reasonably priced with Michaels. 636-775-0800 is the number to call to find out more. And if you're in the 101 ESPN listening area, Michaels will come to you. Whether you want to just rip out that old tub, do a little tub to shower conversion, they can do that. Full high-end renovation, whatever you have in mind, just know all of the reviews are 5-star. They're A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Michael's Baths can transform your home by changing up that bathroom. If you know it's time to do something about it, call our friends at Michael's Baths, 636-775-0800.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Over the years, when you go to Village Bar, you probably noticed that barn in the parking lot. Really a cool old-time structure, a reminder just kind of the history there. It was a general store before it became the Village Bar. Inside that barn, that's now home to 1879 Distilling. That's where they're making the award-winning spirits. Red Barn vodka, a handful of great flavors, dark Havana rum, some good summer options, all of it right there, award-winning. Made inside the barn. That venue also available for private events. Really a cool spot if you want to put together an event for 60 to 70 people. It's perfect for that. And then when you're hanging out at 1879, might as well go on into Village, grab some lunch. Need a lunch idea today? Stop by, get the cheeseburger, fries, little chef salad, whatever you have in mind. Great spot in De Pere. Been there for a century. Such a cool spot that you've heard about for years, but also check out these spirits at 1879distilling.com. It started as an homage to the old German days down on the riverfront where they had distilleries, and now picking up awards throughout the region. Ask for it by name, 1879distilling.com.
Back to the morning after 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the program. You can watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers. And Doug, on your right is Brody Herman, representing Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of this program.
I saw him standing there. Hello, Brody.
Hello. It is an honor and privilege, as always, to be here. It is the highlight of my week to be on the morning after. I have several announcements for everybody. I bring fun today, of course, and I want to start it off with BCRaffles.com. That's right. That's BCRaffles.com. It is BCRaffles.com. This month's giveaway, we are giving away 4 tickets. That's right, 4 tickets. Enter for a chance to win 4 tickets for the Savannah Bananas. That's right, the Savannah Bananas at Busch Stadium on Friday, August 21st. That's Friday, August 21st at 7 o'clock p.m. This is the Savannah Bananas. This is not just baseball. This is banana ball. And when you think of sports, entertainment, this is fun for the family. You're going to see backflips, stilts, handstands, more stunts galore. It is the Savannah Bananas on Friday, August 21st at 7 o'clock p.m. That's right. Go to BCRaffles.com. That's BCRaffles.com. BCRaffles.com. Enter a chance to win 4 tickets. That's right, 4 tickets. Fun for the family. This is Savannah Bananas, Banana Ball, Friday, August 21st at Busch Stadium. Cannot wait for the Savannah Bananas to come to town once again. I cannot wait. That's BCRaffles.com. So exciting. And, of course, Brody's food pick of the week. That's right, the Brunch Box Food Truck. That's right, the Brunch Box Food Truck. Brunch Box Food Truck. That's right. EatTheBox.net. EatTheBox.net. I cannot wait. They're going to be at the Jefferson County Fair this weekend, July 23rd through the 26th. July 23rd through the 26th. Jefferson County Fair at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. Stop by the Brunch Box Food Truck. They've got several great things there. The Brunch Burger, Brunch Burrito, and perfectly seasoned fries. Family owned and operated. The Brunch Box Food Truck. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram, and it's eatthebox.net. Book them for any of your events coming up. Brunch Box Food Truck, eatthebox.net, and of course, BCRaffles.com. Enter a chance to win 4 tickets for the Savannah Bananas. That's going to be at Busch Stadium on Friday, August 21st at 7 o'clock p.m. Take your family to go see some banana ball. It is sports entertainment like no other.
This guy's fired up. That's the kind of energy we were looking for.
Absolutely.
It sounds to me like
unbelievable.
I bring fun. I bring food. I bring excitement. Savannah Bananas.
I don't see any food. Where's the food?
Well, that's true. I didn't bring actual food for all these folks in the studio. I'm just telling you about food and fun. What could be better than that in sports and entertainment? And speaking of which, hasn't been so entertaining lately. The St. Louis Cardinals in 28 games. They are 11-17. Ouch. It has been rough watching this team. There are some positives with this team this season. Listen, Jordan Walker's a positive. The starting pitching ERA, this is before yesterday's game. As of before yesterday's game, they are 10th overall in Major League Baseball in starting pitcher ERA. And of course, you look at outs above average, the Cardinals rank 4th. So the defense is absolutely solid right now for the Cardinals. That is 4th in outs above average. The defense has been tremendous, but there have been some serious flaws with the Cardinals. It has been brutal. Third base is absolutely dire. Second lowest WAR in Major League Baseball. Now, there's been some change. Blaze Jordan is now taking over for Nolan Gorman. Second lowest WAR in Major League Baseball. And, of course, third lowest WAR in Major League Baseball at the center field position, negative 1.1 WAR. Now, this is as of yesterday, before yesterday's game. Absolute dire at the center field and third base position when it comes to WAR. And, of course, when it comes to bullpen ERA, we are 17th in Major League Baseball at a 4.22 overall for our bullpen. Ouch. And our downfall, the downfall of Riley O'Brien, I think needs to be studied. What is going on with Riley O'Brien? What's going on here? Hey, folks, I'm concerned. I mean, we got an ERA of 1.17 in April, and now in July, his ERA in the month of July is above a 5. What's going on here? Riley O'Brien, I can't understand this. I don't understand. What is going on? There's an APB out for Riley O'Brien. I mean, come on.
Maybe he's overworked.
He may be overworked. God bless him. And it just
maybe he overachieved and he was doing things that nobody ever thought were possible. Maybe he's not a great closer. God bless him. But he's having a nice season.
He may be having a nice season. May not be.
But you want this investigated.
I want it to be investigated. What's going on? APB out for Riley O'Brien. Where have you been? I mean, my goodness, hit by pitch last night. Why, Leo O'Brien? Come on. Then we give 8 on answer runs? I mean, now they're playing like the team I expected them to play like, and that's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. I'm telling you this right now. This needs to be studied. I have serious concerns, but the trade deadline is on the horizon. August 3rd. That's right. August 3rd is the trade deadline. There are 3 names that every Cardinals fan should circle that could be traded at the deadline. 3 names. Dusty May, JoJo Romero, Lars Nootbaar. I'll say that again. Dusty May, Lars Nootbaar, JoJo Romero. 2 of them are pending free agents. May and Romero are going to be free agents after the 2026 season. Nootbaar after the 2027 season. All of those guys could be moved at the trade deadline. Now, who does that call up? Who are the prospects that are on the come up right now? They're going to be called up. There are 3 names that you should circle on your bingo card. 3 prospects that could make an impact this season. It could be called up in the month of August or September. Joshua Baez, Quinn Matthews, Hunter Dobbins. Again, Joshua Baez, Quinn Matthews, Hunter Dobbins get called up to the big league roster. As they trade Nootbaar in May, roster spots may open up. You only get 2 roster spots in the month of September. That goes up from 26 to 28. So those are the 3 names. Joshua Baez, Quinn Matthews, and Hunter Dobbins could be called up. Dusty May, Lars Nootbaar, and JoJo Romero could be traded at the trade deadline. So those are the 3 names you need to remember on both of those fronts. Now, 2 pitching prospects that can make impact for the Cardinals over the next several years, Liam Doyle and Quinn Matthews. Again, Liam Doyle and Quinn Matthews are the 2 names that can make impact for the Cardinals as pitching prospects over the next 5 years. So that's what the Cardinals season is looking like. We are teetering on that wild card spot right now between sort of that borderline, them and the Marlins. Now, the Phillies and the Cubs, firm position of a wild card spot. The Cardinals are now teetering. We need we're 11 and a half games out of our division now. It's absolutely been brutal over the last 28 days for the St. Louis Cardinals, no doubt.
So is it possible what happened this team? You didn't expect much, then they got you a little bit excited, and now they're kind of going back to, as you said, who you thought they were, but it's disappointing that they are, in fact, who you thought they were.
Yeah, it's disappointing. They are who we thought they were, as Dennis Green once said. They are who we thought they were. But there are 5 most impactful players, I think, for the season for the Cardinals, of at least having a semblance of a winning record. Number 1's Jordan Walker. Number 2's J.J. Weatherholt. Mark that down. I think Mason Wynn has been an overall net positive. I think Alec Burleson and Michael McGreevy. If we look at 5 names that have made, let's just call it the biggest impact for the Cardinals this season, in my opinion, are McGreevy, Wynn, Weatherholt, Walker, and I would also say Alec Burleson. And Jordan Walker deserves an extension. He deserves his money. I mean, he just won the Home Run Derby in 2026. He deserves his money. And J.J. Weatherholt got his extension, $112.5 million guaranteed. I mean, just tremendous. I mean, a lot of W's. Do you notice on this team? A lot of W's. But still, the Cardinals are just, that's what the positives are of this team. The starting pitching ERA and our prospects starting to blossom in front of our eyes. It's unfolding like a miracle in front of our eyes. The downfall, the bullpen ERA is brutal. And that's just been a downfall. And just, I find that we don't have our rotation is a little shaky, even though our ERA is pretty good. And our WAR. There are positions of need. There are holes on this team, and they are clear as day. And who's going to fill those voids? Is it Blaze Jordan? Is it Nathan Church? You can only pray, but is it going to happen? I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay, calm down with that.
Well,
Doug's worried about you.
I know, Doug's worried.
But Blaze Jordan may not be the answer, but you let him play every night. We said this, let Jimmy Crooks play most nights, and let's just see what we got. We got to find out. That's what the whole point of this year.
We certainly have a catcher situation. I mean, Jimmy Crooks, Pedro Pajes, Ivan Herrera. I don't know who's going to be the catcher of the future. Can anybody definitively tell me in 2026 who the catcher of the future of the St. Louis Cardinals is going to be? I don't think we can answer
that. What if it's Reniel Rodriguez? He's in Springfield.
Maybe.
Bernal.
Maybe. I don't have him as the prospects I'm going to call up. I don't have him on my bingo card for being one of those 3 prospects I could see on the Major League roster in the 2026 season. Could be possible, though. You never know. But on that bingo card, I think it's Quinn Matthews, Joshua Baez, and Hunter Dobbins. Those are the 3 names that I have on my bingo card. We could see maybe Tink Hens and, Gerangelo Sanger is now in AAA. But those are the names that I think are most likely to be called up. And then May, Nootbaar, and Romero are most likely going to be traded at the trade deadline. Those are the 3 names. You got to keep that in mind for the Cardinals as you go into this trade deadline. And we're not in firm position. We're kind of in that teetering spot. Are we going to go for it all? I think we're developers. We're not full-fledged sellers.
Doug says they should trade everybody. Go for it.
Especially the young guys.
Trade all the prospects and go for it.
Well, listen, I love Doug's optimism. It's just great. I love your optimism, Doug. That glass half full attitude. Let's just go for it. And if we can get hot, we can win this baby. That's right. Oh, yeah. But it's tough. The Cardinals have to find a way. They have to find a way. I think they're a team of the future. I don't think they're a team of the current. I'm amazed they're third place in the division. Quite frankly, the Reds' downfall also needs to be studied. Man, Terry Francona is not getting any younger. I have concerns in Cincinnati, and we knew Pittsburgh wasn't going to be all that good. Come on now. Pittsburgh's okay, but it wasn't like they were going to be knocking off a bunch of opponents off the deck. Come on. They're not making a bunch of opponents walk the plank. So it wasn't like the Pirates are going to have anything to do about it. So to me, the Cardinals are where they should be. They are who we thought they were, a non-playoff team, but a winning record. I know that's a low standard. That's such a low standard, but listen, the Angels would love to have a winning record right now. My gosh, they haven't made the playoffs since 2014, so they'd love to have a winning record. So, in this series against the Angels, hopefully we can turn around. Just last night's disaster. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. My gosh, a hit by pitch. Come on. Two of them. Yeah. Two of them. They could even dump some more syrup on pancakes on that one. Good golly.
Now, what does that mean, dump more syrup on the pancakes?
It just means that to the point where the pancakes just become so sticky you can't even hold them. You can't have too much syrup on your pancakes. I don't
You're not
like
supposed
syrup.
to hold your pancakes.
What it even means. I
don't like syrup. I don't like syrup
You don't
anyway.
like syrup.
I don't like syrup at all. It's just butter on my pancakes for me. I don't like syrup.
Really? Okay.
Ugh. It's just, come on. It's just that sticky stuff. It's just
use
terrible.
a fork and don't use your hands for pancakes.
I don't know.
How are you eating your pancakes, Brody?
I like to have fun. I like to eat pancakes and waffles with my hands like I do a burger. I like to eat with my hands. It may be barbaric, but come on now. We all like to have a little fun. It's so much easier. I don't want to have to hold up a fork and have to cut it with a knife. It's just, I just like to eat. I just like to pick up food and I like to just take a big bite out of something.
Now I'm craving pancakes.
Well,
you did that, but I need some syrup on there, son.
Well, I know you're a big syrup guy, Martin. There you go. that old Canadian maple. I'm telling you, that
you
old.
look like a big syrup guy, Martin.
Yeah, I'm a waffles guy over pancakes.
Can you just look at someone and tell if they're a syrup guy?
No, unless they're using it or unless they tell me they like it.
Okay.
I don't know. That'd be interesting. I don't know. But I'm a waffles guy over a pancakes guy any day of the week. Nothing better than a good Belgian waffle. I love just pouring a little bit of that waffle batter in that waffle iron. Oh, I eat good old fluffy Belgian waffle. I'm a waffles over pancakes guy any day of the week. Now I'm thinking about breakfast. What have I done now? I turned for what was wonderful Cardinals talk into this breakfast nonsense.
I think I prefer talking pancakes than the Cardinals.
Well,
I
agree with you. That's
fair.
right. Yeah, you can get a...
One of them never lets you down.
That's right. Get a good old brunch burrito at the Brunch Box Food Truck.
There you go.
That's right. Go eatthebox.net. Cannot wait. The Brunch Box Food Truck. That's going to be the Jefferson County Fair. Cannot wait. July 23rd through 26th. Tell them we sent you there. It is a blast. The Brunch Box Food Truck. And, of course, BCRaffles.com. The Savannah Bananas coming on Friday, August 21st to Busch Stadium at 7 o'clock p.m. Banana Ball. It's fun for the family. 4 tickets. Enter a chance to win 4 tickets. This is until July 28th. July 28th. You don't have that much time left.
No.
And I want to go see the Savannah Bananas. I want to see Banana Ball. Absolutely. Yeah. Give me some stilts and some handstands, backflips, and more stunts. You'll never know. And you'll never know who's going to show up. Who's going to show up to take that guest at bat. That's what's great about the Savannah Bananas. It's sports, entertainment, fun for the family. That's why you go to BCRaffles.com. That's BCRaffles.com. You should just check in there every once in a while just to see what giveaway we've got this month. Because we're giving away tickets. We love the people. We love St. Louis. We love our local community here. Support local. That's what's great. I can't wait. Savannah Bananas, Brunch Box Food Truck, nothing better than those two things. And, of course, Cardinal Baseball. It's the summer, folks. Go out. Have a snow cone. Absolutely. It's the summer. Yeah. There's nothing better than that.
Syrup in there, too.
That's right.
You like a snow cone?
I love a snow cone.
You eat it with your hands?
I don't eat it with my hands.
Okay.
I eat it with a spoon. Give me blue raspberry. That's
Doug,
right.
blue
I'll say it. I'm a
you like
blue
that tiger's
raspberry
blood?
guy.
I like tiger's blood.
Everybody likes tiger's blood. I'm a blue raspberry guy. I know everybody likes tiger's blood. What is tiger's blood? Why is it called tiger's blood?
Cool down.
Why is it called that? Tiger's blood. What is that? What is a tiger's blood type? Type A, type AB?
Tropical moose. Call in.
Well, tropical moose. I love tropical moose. I love me some tropical moose. Why not? Every time I think of a moose, I think of the movie Vacation. I think about Wally's World every time I think of a moose. I don't know if that's just me or not, but that's what I think about every time I think of a moose. I don't know.
See what TMA will do to you? You're talking Cardinals, talking bullpen, then you're on to a moose. That's what happens.
That's what it does to me. Bob Moose, the pitcher of the Pirates back in the day. That's the thing I think about, too. Oh, yeah, heck of a pitcher, except in 1969, so...
Well, what happened then?
He cost the Pirates, I think, in 69, I believe. Yeah.
Now I'm going to look that up.
Brody's
on fire today.
Brody, thanks so much for coming in, as always. Brody representing Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor. That's Brody Herman. We'll take a break, come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Thanks.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals and Angels back in action tonight. It's going to be an 8:38 p.m. start for the Redbirds. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Look, what do we have here?
This sounds like old school country.
John Prine.
Settle in is what I say. Paper's having a big day DJing here on the program. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. James Carlton, a longtime sponsor here on the program. He was in studio yesterday, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. More than 500 five-star reviews for James and his team in Webster Groves. I have been a client now for 7 years. Jackson has been a client now for the last few months. Jamie Rivers, BK and Ferrario, they make the switch. They save money. You can do the same thing. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Doug, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Kentucky head coach Will Stein was at the podium yesterday, and he was asked why he thought that Kentucky can return to being a powerhouse in college football. It flirted with it for a little bit, but historically never been one. Here is his answer, and I really like the way he thinks.
Okay.
I'm here because you can believe you can win here. Why is that? Kentucky historically has fought against a narrative, against perception. Why do you think you can win big here?
This is going to sound like really, I think because of me, to be honest. I think because of me. I think I know what it takes. I've seen it at the highest levels. I know what it takes to recruit at this level. And you just got to believe, man. You just got to put the ball down and play. There's not really else to be said. Is it going to happen overnight? I don't know.
Well,
because of me.
Just got to put the ball down and play. That's what brings you to an elite level. Oh, okay.
It's him, Doug.
Will Stein,
I guess.
Never been a head coach before. Was the OC at Oregon most recently.
It is amazing the impact a single college football or basketball coach can have. It is truly stunning.
So Bloomington, Indiana, and what's going on there is certainly the ultimate case study, and then every program, because I would tell you, and it might sound crazy now because of what we've seen in the last 2 years from Kurt Signetti and the Hoosiers, that Kentucky was a hell of a lot closer to greatness than Indiana was. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what it was. Sure. That is true. They were lurking. Now, they were never at the top. I don't recall them being an SEC championship game, but they were one of the top, I don't know, 5 teams in the SEC a few years ago. So now these schools are trying to find the next Kurt Signetti, and then the coaches get up there, and then they do the Kurt Signetti thing. Kurt Signetti, Google me, Will Stein, because of me. Mm-hmm. That's the model. That's the model. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, here's Kate Bush. You were looking for it. TMA 101 ESPN. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Well, when I play a song, it's like that just doesn't happen immediately. You're going to have to give me a damn second.
This guy.
The chairman did a commendable job reading emails yesterday, but it wasn't Tim. It wasn't bad by any means, but it just wasn't Tim. I'm shooting my shot again to hear the voice of the GOAT, greatest of all Tims. So here we go. I'm not going to be much good to you today because since my wife won't touch me anymore, this show is all I have going for me. And apparently Jackson is unaware of the many soy boys under his employ. Shouldn't surprise me, though, considering one of the conditions of his privileged trust fund baby life is that he never interacts with, quote, the help. Never mind the thankless hours of work to organize his organic kombucha fridge.
Yeah.
And his communist manifesto library. Tired of it. Welcome to Club Woke, Doug. The olds are famously known for their sudden changing political views, especially at such an advanced age. Winston Churchill once said, if you are not a liberal at 20, you have no heart. If you're not a conservative 40, you have no brain. Hogwash, I say. Respectfully yours, that's from Jackson's Soy Boy. May the soy be with you.
Jackson's Soy Boy.
Sup, slut pigs. Jesus. Doug is such a dirty little boylet.
What does that mean?
Boylet.
Like I'm a tiny little boy?
Like a kitchenette?
Staying up all late and whatnot just to watch our home nine piss down their legs for the second time in 24 hours. What were you wearing, Douglas Elvin Vaughn? Was it those assless breeches that Martin gave you for Flag Day? Was it those bedazzled high-cut jean shorts that Henshin and Jackson gave you as a wedding gift? Were you double-fisting turkey burgers 2 at a time? How much canned tuna was involved at this late-night hour? How many miles did you put on the gas-powered Sibian in your garage? Were your ankles by your ear holes again?
What?
I hope you touch on all of these erotic questions about your escapades during the late-night hours while Riley O'Brien was buzzing towers left and right during ATMA. I can only hear about the shriveled onions trips to the Sicilian markets so many more times. And now that Ken had that Hoosier come over to fix his prison window, there isn't too much exciting happening at 123 Greaseball Lane. Well, gotta go now. Sausage McGriddle is nummy in my tummy. Screw Chuck Todd and Cardinals bounce back tonight. Jugs in D.C., Senior Warden, Cell Block 4, Doug's Boy Dungeon.
Jugs in D.C.
TMA stands for Tim McKernan Amazing. Thanks, and Ann Young. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin. Mamma mia, that's a spicy email.
Oh, gosh.
Listen here, Jackson. You cannot be so dismissive of the request to fix the skeleton, which still hasn't been touched since Plowsy was here.
It's not broken.
No wonder Martin picks on you. But now you have the audacity to interrupt him trying to wrap up the nickel and dime Strode retirement program. If this glorious figure of a man wants to wrap his show 2 minutes early, that's a you problem. Suck up!
Oh.
Also, Doug, if you could, can you please stop looking so sexy? My pants are tight enough.
No.
Kindest regards, that's from Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Iggy's crestfallen accountant.
Dear Dossier, after a busy morning of Saturday routine of binge-watching shows I've already seen, rage-tapping golf rival, and engaging in recreational TMA Reddit blood feuds, I randomly decided to ask AI to estimate my net worth because I have no idea how to calculate it myself. The AI responded, estimated net worth, $0. And then immediately afterwards, net worth information is not publicly available. I sat there blinking at the screen in confusion, convinced I was having one of my patented Vaughn technology moments. It made no sense. So according to the most advanced technology in human history, I'm simultaneously bankrupt and too wealthy to discuss. Naturally, I spent the next half hour calling the AI an idiot. Meanwhile, every article online seems to know the net worth of actors, influencers, and even my co-hosts, generally within a $10 to $15 million range. Yet somehow the guy who's filled thousands of broadcast hours with highly curated versions of his own embellished life story is somehow considered unverifiable? I tried correcting it myself, but in doing so, somehow ended up setting my phone to Dutch and turning on a flashlight I can't figure out how to disable. Then the phone turned off the internet, even though the Wi-Fi was still working. Technology is useless. That's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
Seeing Doug get jealous with the Colonel making an extra $125 by reading texts about Mizzou touchdown celebrations with father-in-law's nipples is odd. Maybe Doug should get back to doing what he does best, going private with the listeners. But do you know what really bothers me? Jackson sleeping like he is presenting himself from his two-piece sectional to any home intruders. That sleep paralysis would be extra scary. I knew that Tim would read scary perfectly. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Social Security Benefits. It turns out they travel.
Shooter McGavin.
Last year's Swinger Fest at the Econo Lodge in Camdenton absolutely delivered. Me and Crystal rolled up in my 09 Charger. Parking lot looked like AA meeting sponsored by Payday Loans and Chrome Accessories. The room parade was worth the price of admission. Matching straw cowboy hats everywhere on naked, oversized roofers.
Oh,
oversized.
And the floral moo-moos hanging on for dear life. Enough to get a man from 6 to midnight. A couple women wearing glittery Crocs in full four-wheel drive with every toe proudly on display talked about starting an OnlyFans career. The confidence in that hallway could have powered the whole county. My wife hooked up with my buddy's great uncle. Doug, is that a sentence that's ever been said?
Say it again for me if you want.
My wife hooked up with my buddy's great uncle. Do you think that sentence has ever been said?
Possibly not. Not in the English language.
He was one pontoon payment ahead of the repo man. Fake Oakleys, bedazzled jeans with a cross on the pocket, and an AJCA hat with the sticker still on it to keep the value. The sushi bar was a classy touch. Gordon's fish sticks arranged in a circle next to cocktail sauce. 5 stars. Already booked the same room. Just follow the smell of tanning oil, Marlboros, and burnt clutch. Doug, that's from Jeff with a G and 2 Fs.
Jeff with a G and 2 Fs.
Smell the burnt clutch smell.
Do you like a floral moo-moo?
Oh, no. God.
But you wear one, right?
Only when I feel naughty.
Yeah.
Morning, fellas. Really enjoyed the 9 o'clock hour of the show today, which was basically a live read for the Gatesworth. A 79-year-old man got a hold of a microphone and started rambling about the Cardinals going for it, and then forgot what he was going on about, so he started talking about bullying kids in Little League Baseball. Poor Doug. Hope they allow conjugals at the geriatric farm. Toodles, that's from Bobby Greenbacks.
Bobby Greenbacks.
And finally, Morning Bottoms. Let me talk to Doug. Hey, Boo. I don't know why the listeners get so riled up over that statement about the Cardinals picking up a couple bullpen arms at the deadline, but not throwing away our future. If I can summarize, you were just saying trade our crap and get some good players. Best idea I've heard today. What say we change the momentum? You come over to my place tonight and we go pant off. What say you, Khaki Daddy? That's from Burning Drip Mushroom Tip, and that's what we have.
Burning Drip.
For the design air heating. Oh, Khaki Daddy.
Is that your vanity plate, Doug?
I don't mind that.
Yeah, Burning Drip Mushroom Tip finished it off. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is in the books. Doug, tell us about that Design Air, because I'm texting with Seth Goldcamp as we speak.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people should get to know Seth Goldcamp because he runs the best HVAC company in town. That's Design Air, of course. Been going since 1904. A lot of us have used him. They've been at my house. They've been at Tim's house, I think Martin's house. We've all had Design Air out to our cribs. A friend of mine had Adam out there just yesterday, the bold and daring Adam. He said he took about 30 minutes, replaced some cables. Everything went just right. The price was right. Everything working perfectly now. Design Air just knows how to do it. And like I said, they've been doing it for more than a century now. Not just another HVAC company, longest running sponsor on TMA. We certainly appreciate that from Seth Goldcamp. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman. We can't be sure that you're going to get the bolding Darren Adam. You might get the dashing Steve or the rugged Joe. Maybe he brings Joey. We can't be sure. Design Air brings the heat.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Doug, here's more Kate Bush. Such good perspective. Doug, what do you think of the Doggies signing Carlo? Is that Peter Gabriel?
Mm-hmm. Knocked you right out of that question, didn't it?
Yeah, Sniffin' Holes had a question for you. Doug, what do you think of the Doggies signing Carlo?
Holes?
Had a pretty good season in Turkey. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
Doesn't he mean turkey yay?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Watch this. It's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul,
not
Constantinople.
They might be
now
giants.
It's
Look at
Istanbul,
you.
not Constantinople. Leave it to the Turks.
How about that?
It's an old song.
Yeah, they might be giants. What do you think, like 91?
I don't know the years. I just don't. Well,
Jackson, is this from the Tom Hanks Otto movie? That's from Lisa, who you say is a gem.
Don't Give Up? It might be. A Man Called Otto. It's a boomer movie.
Oh, now what's that about?
That's just what it is.
Whenever there's a bad movie, you blame it on old people?
No, I love it. There's boomer movies I love.
Like
Ford
what?
v. Ferrari. That's a boomer movie.
Is it?
Oh, big time.
What makes a film a boomer movie?
You know, it's a racing movie from days gone by, muscle cars, 60s auto racing.
That's where Doug was hanging out this weekend.
Wasn't hanging out, I got caught up in it.
Exhibit A.
I'm seeing it was in The Bone Collector.
The Bone Collector?
Mm-hmm. And the 98 surfing film In God's Hands.
I've never seen The Bone Collector. Is that Denzel? Nice.
Doug?
Yeah, nice.
It's got 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. So, room for improvement.
Please give up on the Kurt Busch return music. That's from Jerry Aldini. Doug, and he's the program director at Camp Mohawk.
Kate Bush. She's just telling you not to give up. I like that song.
Me likey when Dougie singy. That's from The Godless Pervert.
I do too.
Maybe I should sing more.
Now the audience likes it. Doug, The Athletic has officially announced whether or not your school is a football school or a basketball school.
Okay. So we're immediately going to Mizzou.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
I'll say they're a football school.
Papers, what do you say?
I'll agree with Doug that they'll call us a Missouri football school.
I can tell you this, what they say about ILL.
Basketball school.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. That's correct. The Fighting Tigers, men's basketball.
Wow.
Really?
How about that?
Good for us.
A proud program for half a century filled with great players. Anthony Peeler, Derek Chivas, Doug Smith, and Michael Porter Jr. among them.
Yeah, we got, one game on a Michael Porter Jr.?
A quarter.
Missouri has 31 NCAA tournament appearances and no Final Fours. Only BYU has more without reaching the final weekend.
Oh, gosh. I think it used to be a basketball school. I feel like it's changed. I feel like it's turned to a football school.
I think I could hear an argument for either or. But the Athletic claims hoop rock.
Dennis Gates, did you see last night, Doug, at Wrigley?
No.
Cubs and Tigers, and seventh inning stretch time. And here comes the head coach of the University of Missouri men's basketball team, Dennis Gates.
Oh.
Tonight's guest conductor for taking you to the ballgame, University of Missouri men's basketball head coach, Dennis Gates.
All right, Mizzou fans, all right, Cubs fans, let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I know if I ever get back, let me root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs.
And unfortunately, we didn't hear whether or not there was a hearty response from the Wrigley faithful, but I would imagine there was a boisterous ZOU.
You'd have to think.
Maybe. I mean, the whole thing is strange to me.
It should be noted he's a Chicago native.
Yeah. It's just strange that the Missouri coach is rooting for the Cubs.
Well, he's from Chicago.
I know, but he's here now.
So you were mad at Keith Kachuk when he wore the Red Sox hat. We want to get Walter
I'm not
on?
mad at anybody. I just think it's kind of strange. I can't imagine the Cardinals having a KU night.
That's why we're the cucks of the SEC. That's from Doug Glatt.
I just don't see it that way. Maybe it's because I had so many friends from Chicago who went to Mizzou with me.
But there's a lot of people from St. Louis who go to Kansas.
That was hilarious as a KU fan. That's from the 314.
What if we land a 5-star out of Chicago because of that, Doug? You going to be complaining then?
It's not going to happen. Power to them. It's fine if they sold some tickets. If people had a good time, that's all that really matters.
They gave away a cute little hat.
I'm just saying it seems kind of strange to me. If the Cardinals were up there saying, go Kansas, people would be upset.
Right. I continue to contend that Illinois and Missouri's rivalry is not near the level of Missouri and Kansas.
Well, it certainly isn't Kansas City.
Right. But they would have a KU night at the Royals game.
Gates should be fired for going to a Cubs game. This is Missouri, not Yankee, Illinois. That's from Sniffin' Holes.
I'm even kind of surprised the Cubs would want that.
Was that a St. Louis Cardinal cuck? Seems like a cuck. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
It does.
Doug, was somebody cucked?
If Brett Bielema was out there singing, I'd say, sure, of course. But for another school, I don't get it.
Doug, the whole gang was there. The AD, the president, Gates. That's from the 314.
Yeah. Moon Choi was there. Yeah. Laird Veach.
Hey, AOC Papers, I'm from L.A. Am I supposed to be a Dodgers fan? I hate the Dodgers. Stop sticking up for that basketball coach. He's worse than Drink at game management, and Drink sucks ass. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
What the hell do I care who you root for? Just like I don't care who Dennis Gates roots for. I would be I would think it's weird if he would like role play as a Cardinal fan when he's from Chicago and grew up a Cubs fan or a White Sox fan. I'm not sure either or. But I always I respect the guy, even if it's unpopular. Like, I hate, and I get why they do it, and they're obviously in tough situations, like Jason Tatum throwing out the Red Sox first pitch wearing a Red Sox jersey and hat. That, to me, is lame when you know he's a big Cardinal fan. Now, of course, he wears a Cardinal jersey and Cardinal hat when he throws out the first pitch, and he's always rocking the Cardinal hat. But I like when Keith Kachuk wore the Red Sox hat. Good on him, I say.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind that. But he's not on the PA system singing for...
He probably would if they offered.
I don't know.
You don't think after a couple pops?
Again, it's fine. Whatever.
I'm not saying this
whatever is entertaining
right,
to you,
I know.
go for it. I just think it seems kind of odd.
I bet you respect Benedict Arnold, too, huh? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I respect honesty. I respect being truthful to yourself and not... Like, I get putting on a Cardinal jersey if you're throwing out the first pitch if you're Dennis Gates. But if you're a real Cub fan or you grew up in Chicago and there's a big alumni base in Chicago, it totally makes sense for them to do a Cubs giveaway, as it makes sense for the Cubs, too, to sell tickets to a Monday night game where they might not get an incredible crowd. So they appeal to the Missouri alumni base in Chicago and appeal to Dennis Gates, that's his roots. He's from Chicago. I don't think it's weird at all.
The Cardinals if they ever have a KU night. MIZFKU. That's from Jared, and he's in St. Charles, Doug.
They haven't had a KU night.
No, because it would be weird if they did.
But I wouldn't be furious about it.
Well, I'm not furious about anything.
Some of these people seem furious.
Oh, I don't know.
Admit he's horrible now. That's from Morson's Wacko.
Who's horrible? Just because you live like this wild roller coaster of an emotional existence with your sports teams doesn't mean I have to.
I think it's not as bizarre that he's up there singing as a longtime Cub fan. It's almost stranger that the Cubs would want to have such a high-profile Missouri night. If they have a high-profile Illinois night or Northwestern night, I get it, sure.
Now,
but
how about this? Let me introduce this into the conversation. We probably are not aware of who sings "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" for all but, 6 or so games when the Cardinals are up there each year. So maybe for Cubs fans, it's a regular occurrence for the non-glamorous games, all due respect to the big showdown last night with the Detroit Tigers, that they are used to kind of randoms getting the appearance.
Could be.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, you have to do 81 of those.
Right.
Take me out to the ball
Like you can't
games.
have Bill Murray in there every time.
Or Will Ferrell, right?
When I was there a week ago Sunday, they had the video of Harry Carey doing it.
Really? They didn't have anyone live doing it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that's probably better than just having, whoever do it.
Yeah.
Who live streams to watch Mizzou choke every year? And I live a wild, emotional roller coaster. My loyalty to sports teams. It's from the worst.
I stopped doing that because it sucks. I hate doing it.
That was the Wichita game against Drake.
Yeah.
That was the end of it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have done it if people didn't want me to do it. And trust me, I'd be much happier just watching by myself.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about on that, Papers. How many people would watch? What was the peak number of viewers when you were doing that for the Missouri
First time
Drake game?
around, it was like 300 or 400 people. And then probably for the last one, probably like We're right around 300 at peak viewing. But it's not like I got anything out of it. It's not like I made any money.
I thought you got $10,000 in cash, like a brick.
No, I just got publicly embarrassed. So no, not interested in doing it.
Jackson, calm down. It's from the 636.
Don't gaslight me.
Last weekend, the Cubbies had Taylor Momsen sing 7th Inning Stretch. That's from Dale in Grubville.
Nice. Okay. I got much. She's from St. Louis, right?
Didn't Iggy talk about her?
She's from,
yes.
She's from St. Louis, right?
Yeah. Cindy Lou who?
From Horton Hears a Who? Or How the Grinch Stole Christmas?
Yes.
Okay. She played that role?
Yes.
Oh. Was that that wasn't in the Jim Carrey one, was it?
Believe so.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. It probably was a good role.
The Tridelt House watched you watch, and they laughed. That's from the Horse Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
This guy talks about sorority
Could
girls
not have felt
way
good.
more than anybody at his age should. Son of a gun, yes. Taylor Momsen, Cindy Lou Who.
Yeah, see?
I like that. It's kind of a stacked cast.
Who else was in there? Jim Carrey, of course.
Anthony Hopkins.
Anthony Hopkins? Sir Anthony Hopkins?
He's the narrator. Bryce Dallas Howard. Vern Troyer. Bill Irwin. Jeffrey Tambor.
Oh, Hank Kingsley to you.
Yeah.
Dougie also starred, I think he was with the Schooner Tuna people in Mr. Mom, of course. They had to throw away the whoopee into the fire. Andy Pants is not happy with the Warson Woods Wacko for going after Jackson. Why does this Warson Woods Wacko get so much airtime for his texts? Warson Woods Wacko is just a little bitch.
No.
Okay. I'll let those two handle that. I'm glad to be out of the fracas.
Boy, it's always tough in here, isn't it? This is always
Especially the 10 o'clock hour, people get like even more upset.
We just played Dennis Gates singing.
Yeah, it's like the candle keeps burning and it's just hell is all unleashed. I don't get it. Look at this cast.
Are we going to get any live Jackson Mizzou watch parties this season? That's from Big Tuft.
Watch parties or live streams?
Big Tuft, Jackson.
No, the either, probably.
How about both? A big party while you're watching?
If you want to come and, yeah, that'd be fine. I'd be into that, something like that.
Okay.
If it's with one of our lovely sponsors where you come out and hang out and watch the game, I'd be interested in something like that. But the live streaming thing is
I want to do,
done.
but I say I want to do it, but then the time will come and I'll be like, why did I agree to do this? I love Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve on Saturday nights after all of college football.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to do that. I say I'd love to do it, but then to commit to being up at like midnight I'd
on a
Saturday night.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what if I'm doing something socially?
Right, you're in Columbia? Like, how you going to do
Yeah,
that?
I mean, when we go to, I'm probably not going to go to Columbia until the Florida game.
But if you're out, like, going to a road game or doing anything.
Yeah, but I'd love, I don't know, and then just to not put anybody on, not say, hey, Doug, I know there's no way in the world that I wouldn't want you to do it for your life, but like from all of our TMA people over the years, hell, there's probably like 25 people on the TMA family tree. Mm-hmm. Whoever wants to do it. Obviously compensation. Never expect people to do something for free. And but then I'm just like, yeah, I don't know how Stanford Steve and Scott Van Pelt do it, but I'm sure they're making some money.
Yeah, Peyton Manning's company.
Oh, is that an Omaha Productions deal?
The SV Pod is
it is now.
Omaha production.
But I love that show.
It's great.
I love that show.
Especially
I'm a college football fan. Yeah. Because it's entertaining and informed, whereas right now I feel like we've got the podcast grifting community has a big decade for the podcast grifting community. Mm-hmm. But now I kind of feel like we have the college football podcast grifting community. SEC Media Days.
Certainly no shortage of content.
Right. So, yeah, that's why I like the Scott Van Pelt, Stanford Steve one. Because Stanford Steve's there at College Game Day.
Yeah,
and Van
especially.
Pelt sits there and he watches everything. God bless him. And then he goes and does Monday Night Football live from the site of the game in Akron and D.C. I know it's his home, but it's impressive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, wheels are turning on that, but I doubt that when it gets down to it, I'd want to actually really pull it off on a Saturday night. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. Let's see. Quit bitching about your text not getting read, you babies. That's from Jake in St. Genevieve. He's mad. Warson Woods Wacko has responded to Andy Pants. Hey, Andy, I'm going to mount papers and make you watch.
What?
I get text time because you suck at content, idiot.
Oh,
quoting the
gosh.
great Thunder Lips from Rocky 3. It's all fake meatball.
I don't follow much of that.
Thunder Lips was played by Hulk Hogan. Rocky 3, Clubber Lang, Mr. T. And Rocky, Sylvester Stallone, and Hulk Hogan did a professional wrestling charity bout to open up the film. I believe that's
And
our
someone
point of
said
reference.
it's all fake meatball?
And he is going to mount Jackson.
Prison style.
Do I have any agency in this dalliance?
Don't say agency.
Well, I feel like I could stop it, you know. I could be like, hey, get out of here. Shoo. But I don't know.
Wood's Wacko sends in multiple texts until they get read. That is so lame. Doug, that's from our TMA Reddit insider.
How do these guys know?
I don't know. Who can see the text inbox?
Hey, Martin, do you like a good kielbasa?
I think that was a sincere question.
I think it
by the
was,
way.
yeah.
Let's see. They're really not happy in there, but you can join in and be not happy as well at 314-399-9646. And then you got that Form Energy YouTube chat. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is also brought to you by 100 West Dental. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. Now, of course, you can go there just like Jackson and I do for our dentist appointments to get your teeth cleaned. If you want to get veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work, they got all that going. But now Dr. Pryor can also help you out if you're dealing with sleep issues. He can help with you getting your sleep back. Dr. Pryor treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, an alternative to a CPAP, so no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a full complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked. I am telling you. Martin was saying himself, he had a bad night's sleep and you're just off. Imagine that being the way it is every day. For a lot of people, that's the way it is. There is a solution. I lived that life. It was miserable. Get checked. It can help. Dr. Pryor, 100westdental.com. The offices are on Manchester in Baldwin. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael himself takes great pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now, get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Go to igotfloored.com. Michael has 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darien Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. There is a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. This then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him. You're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. They have it all. Carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darien Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Angels tonight, 8:38 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, how about this in the... Okay, hold on. Somebody's not happy. Talk some sports, why don't you? This is such a bad show.
Hey.
Maybe talk some sports once in a while.
Come on. Okay. Boy, these Redbirds, maybe they'll get a turnaround this evening. Let's go, gang. There.
God bless them.
Did you ever have a coach say, let's go, gang?
Kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. I had one when we were being rowdy in the dugout. He wanted to get our attention. He'd always say, I'd knock it off.
I like that.
I did too. I'd knock it off.
I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But yesterday, we were talking about the gentleman who placed a wager on the Blues to win the Stanley Cup and in 2019 and had all these offers and never cashed out. Well, it turns out he's a listener to the program.
Oh, really?
I just was glancing at the text because there's so many mounting Jackson texts.
Oh,
I don't want to be mounted.
Cut that off.
Certainly not prison style.
But in the middle of all of these mounting texts, there's one just from the 314, and here is the text. Scott Barry here, big fan of you guys. Someone sent me the clip of the Beta Big 2019 Blues Stanley Cup bet. $400 on them when they were in last place at 250 to 1. That's me. And no, I didn't hedge. Had plenty of offers, though, but I was scared of the bad juju. Fun times. I was there for a work trip. I assume he means Vegas. Took out $400 to play some tables, but I was so tired of after a long day of being at conferences, I just said, F it. I'm going to put it all on the Blues, and then I went to bed. How about that? That's the story. 100K.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he won, 100,000?
God bless him. So I really would be curious. I'd love to talk with this guy. Like $100,000. I mean, I'm pressing eject.
Oh, yeah.
So early on, but he ran with, I mean, I guess you can go, well, it's only $250. What the hell is it? $400. $400. But God, if you're sitting there and you've got, I wonder what the highest offer got to.
Right.
Like you know?
It doesn't even get to half. I doubt it. I don't think it gets to 50. Who would spend $50,000 just to make $50,000?
Yeah, I mean, now with sports wagering being legal in Missouri, you have the cash out option right on your phone, but this is a ticket he bought 7 years ago.
So people are making him direct offers, right?
Correct. So I don't know. I don't know what the math. I'd be really curious on that. So Scott, if you're still listening, what was the best offer you got?
Think how sick it'd be though, flying back out to Vegas to go collect that $100K.
Oh, and just having a pony.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
I had a buddy of mine, Doug. I think it was 2007. Gentleman we called the Governor, not Steve Klein for the record.
Mm-hmm.
And he ran deep. We were in this poker league, and the top two guys who finished in the poker league got their buy-ins to the World Series of Poker main event paid for. And he won $65,000, and so we flew out there and hung out. That's when we hung out with I believe it was one of the women's soccer teams from what was the Pac-10 at the time. Big night at the bachelorette party. Big night. This gentleman had the less popular MFF with the bride and her maid of honor. And
cut it out.
To me, that makes for a hell of a speech when the wedding time. Yep.
The bride cheated on the groom the night before, or a few days before?
It wasn't the night before.
Bachelorette
party.
So a month or two before.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's probably a red flag.
Orange.
And with someone else, too. So that
the maid of honor.
That could come back to haunt her later. Now there's a witness.
Well, we don't kink shame, so I don't know.
But then you kind of have like a blood oath, like that secret's not leaving.
I guess. Better be a really good friend.
And then there was another girl who was in the corner just watching.
No, a cuckold.
No, she seemed, from the accounts, I wasn't there, of course, to enjoy it.
You were hip deep in Bible study.
That's what I was. So you were there.
Yeah.
You were 9.
I've heard stories.
You said, "Time out, fellas. I'm going to chapel."
These hoes ain't loyal, fam. That's from the unknown DJ. Doug, you have that on a bumper sticker on your car.
Yeah.
Tim, ain't loyal.
Did you see Scott Barry's latest text?
No, thank you, Chairman. Says the theory, I think there is a thought process, and I don't blame the audience because you don't get to see the text inbox. I'd love to have a live camera on the text inbox, but the problem would be there are phone numbers. And so that's why we can't do it, because people have asked for screenshots of it. The show gets, but all the shows here get a bunch of texts. So we lose track of them. So thank you, Chairman Kurt. Now I've already lost again. All right, let's see. What did he say?
Darren Ravel flew us out there private out of Chesterfield to collect. Hotel comped us a suite. And then he has a link to, I guess, an article about it.
Oh, how about that? Oh, yeah, Las Vegas Review-Journal.
I'd like to have a comped suite.
Look at this guy. And this guy, he was a beta at Missouri, is that correct? Was he in your son's class, or he's probably younger than Greg?
I don't know.
So what was Greg now, in his 30s?
30, exactly 30.
So this guy, this was 2019, so he's more in the papers.
This guy's my age?
Yeah,
wow.
I guess. 2019, he was a beta.
In 2019, I did not have $400 to just place willy-nilly on the Blues.
That looked like a certain loss.
Yeah.
Didn't Mizzou have a basketball player that won like $1 million playing fantasy sports?
Brett Rao.
Yeah, I think it was one of the, it was like this Jonte when he was taking unders, right?
Well, there was John. Yeah, well, that's the situation. Yeah, but Brett Rao, I believe.
Yeah, he won I think he won like $1 million, didn't he?
I don't know about that, but I think he made a ton. It was like a daily fantasy sports roster post Mizzou career.
Yep, Doug. Cheaters finna cheat. Even if they say it won't happen again, that's just to get half your money. It's from Shooter McGavin.
Well, I don't doubt cheating goes on, but you would think it's pretty rare when the bride is cheating at the bachelor party.
Boy, there's got to be some kind of data that's just made up from some website we can cite.
I'm on it.
Chairman Kurt heard the bat signal.
I mean, you can't be very much in love if you're cheating just days before your wedding.
According to the Institute for Family Studies.
God, that didn't take long.
I have this stuff on standby. While there is no universally agreed upon statistics, surveys and interviews suggest the number of brides who cheat, like having sex, at their bachelorette parties is generally estimated between 1 and 10%.
10%?
1 and 10%.
Gosh.
1 out of 10, Doug.
When cheating includes broader behaviors like heavy flirting or lap dances, the rate jumps significantly.
Oh, well.
This is where the dancing bear comes in.
That doesn't count.
No, that doesn't really count.
Andy Pants, who is mad at the Orson Woods wacko, is now mad at Shooter McGavin. Did Shooter just say finna cheat? Really? Finna? That's Andy Pants, and now he's sideways with the entire audience.
Can't win.
Doug, the wife and I like to get a little MFF going once a month. That's from Jake in St. Genevieve.
Okay, sure you do. Sure you do.
Doesn't sound like you.
No.
I had a frat brother think he won $1 million in daily fantasy. Oh, this is already making my heart skip a beat as I read this. I had a frat brother think he won $1 million in daily fantasy sports, and they changed a run for loss to a quarterback sack, and he fell to 10th place and only made $5,000. Oh, God.
Yeah, the stat correct. You can't celebrate too early.
Yeah, that is scary. Oh, God.
You got to wait till the stat corrections.
I feel like a charge of nerves going through my body right now. That comes from Larry Thornton.
Doug, also from news.com.au.
Oh, Australia.
Surveys indicate that up to 70% of people admit to some form of infidelity at bachelor and bachelorette parties.
Really? But I don't think just acting goofy at a party is one thing, but a full-on cheating.
Well, that's something. According to news.com.au, it includes flirting, sexting, or lap dances.
Okay. And for this frat guy who lost $1 million when they changed, somebody else didn't have that $1 million, and they changed it, and he won it.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. Someone thought that they were in 10th place.
And all of a sudden, they got a stat correction, woke up, and their account had $1 million there. How do you do? Michael's Baths is a sponsor of this program, and Michael's Baths just did work at Martin Kilcoyne's home. Michael's Baths creates elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home. At michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800. You can ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. Boy, Doug, the warfare right now in this Air Comfort Service text inbox. Prudes! That's from the 314.
You're a prude if you don't cheat at a bachelor party? Gosh.
Shooter McGavin responding to Andy Pants, who's also at war with Warson Woods Wacko. I will always use Finna. I love when Tim says something finna be a pony, and he's always right. That's from Shooter McGavin.
We finna be rich.
Andy Pants and Shooter McGavin, a new bout here on the card. Let's see, Doug. You guys interviewed that guy. How do you not remember? That's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
Hell, we don't remember anything after the show's over.
I have no idea what we talked about in the 7 o'clock hour.
No, I don't either.
I believe it was, you know what, I do remember this. It was 7:53, and I said, well, we've talked about the Cardinals and Angels for 53 minutes. I remember that. Other than that, no idea. Maybe I need mentality. Maybe that'll save the day for me. At Mentality, they're online at lowtusa.com. Here's what Mentality has learned treating 25,000 men. You can't rely on testosterone alone anymore. To run at full capacity, your body needs peptide therapy on top of your testosterone replacement therapy, TRT. For guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy plateaued, even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. It's testosterone leveling the field, peptides driving your results. Start today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. We're heading down the hallway. You can keep watching us on the TMA STL YouTube channel. BK and Ferrario next year on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.